Okay, now we'll be starting the paramedic show. But I filmed this morning. This is Alison, and I hope this is the right interview. Just yeah, just let me see if I can find it because I did download it. No, only 112. Okay, we'll watch this for a bit and I'll try download the other one.
We couldn't come to work.
Wow.
By email, yeah.
And how did that feel?
We weren't, not only were we not allowed to come to work, we weren't allowed to set foot on hospital grounds, and we weren't allowed to set foot on the grounds of our station. Like, wow. It would be treated as trespassing. So
trespassing.
Already that leaves a bad taste in your mouth because, speaking from my personal perspective, I gave up my whole life in Victoria to go and give these guys 10 years of my life. And I didn't have any family up there. And to then be told that I now can't go to my other home, and I felt like I was being treated like a criminal.
Yeah, it sounds like you've been treated like a criminal. I mean, you're going to be charged with trespass, even if you just go to your workplace.
Yeah.
And I mean, it really is quite insane.
Yeah.
You know. Okay, so what's going to happen tonight? I'm just going to play this thing very quickly, if I can get it down in the next 10 minutes. And hey, Forsh, how are you, man? I've been meaning to call. And so we've got some paramedics that have come to this property we're on. They're going to do it live. And then there's other paramedics coming in on Zoom. So they'll be coming in. And what we're just trying to get across is now that the mandates have finished, and since our taxpayers' money trained these paramedics, and since we're desperate for paramedics, why can't they get re-employed? That's the question we're asking. And rather than just asking that, we're going to show whatever paramedics turn up so they can see who these people are, rather than just a statistic, rather than just a number. This is something we filmed the other day. This is to show you why you need paramedics. This is Terry, who I did a show about. I've been helping Terry for a long time. But this is the the third 000 call that Terry made as her mother was dying. And this is the third one when it was too late. Prepare yourself. I'm going to play this again. But this beautifully sums up why we need paramedics.
What's the town or suburb of your emergency?
I rang an ambulance twice.
Right.
Mum, she's unconscious now. She's just gone unconscious.
All right. What was your address? All right. Just getting in front of me. There's an ambulance on the way for you.
Yeah, how far? Because she's like literally out.
All right. So what was happening what was originally happening? So, Heather?
Yeah, Mum. We need to get a taxi. Mum. 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 Mum.
Okay, so just confirm she's not conscious anymore?
No.
Is she breathing?
Mum. No, I need an ambulance.
They're on their way.
I need CPR.
All right.
Get her up. On the bed.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do...
Don't worry about the bed.
Get her off the bed and put her on the floor. Have you got a defibrillator available?
Blanket. Mum.
Have you got a defib?
No.
That's an interesting question, isn't it? Do you have a defib? You know, I'm just seeing if this has come down from Alison. It should be there. So I'll just see if it's going to work now. Oh, sorry. I'm in the wrong place. Bear with me for a sec. It's been a long day. Just need ambos. Here we are. So Alison is in isn't here at the moment, so she's done this interview this morning, and I'll be back at 6:30 and we'll start the show. So this is Alison. This is a paramedic that we lost. Alison, I hid your second name. Alison Bohm. Bohm, is that right?
Yep.
Now, tell us your story. So, first off, why did you decide to be a paramedic? What attracted you to becoming a paramedic?
Well, basically, for my whole adult life, I've wanted to help people. So that was my main reason for wanting to become a paramedic. That was basically it. No other reason than to help people.
And when you were doing it, is that what you were doing? Did you enjoy it?
I loved it. It was my life. I left my other life to go and do that. So it was a big deal to me, and I used to pride myself on giving a bit of myself to my patients and giving them the best care that I possibly could. I lived and breathed it.
What was your other life before?
So originally from Melbourne in Victoria, and family, friends, relationship, career, all of that sort of thing. And then I had the opportunity to go to Queensland and join the ambulance service there. So I packed up my life for basically an uncertain future.
Yeah.
And it turned out pretty well for a while.
Can you, before we get to what happened, can you tell me a story? I know you can't mention any names, but something where you really thought, yep, this is what I want to do. You know, whether it's tragic or funny, whatever, but something that really made you think, yeah, I'm exactly where I'm meant to be.
Yeah, I can think of a huge range of jobs that I went to where it's just that helping people in their time of need, basically, and trying to make that stressful situation that little bit better if you can. But look, very late in my career, it wasn't all trauma. It wasn't all horrible things that other people don't wish to see or witness. It can be something as simple as, say, a person who is being treated poorly by their family and they're trying to make them be out to be insane, or they need to be institutionalized, that sort of thing. Giving them the time of day and hearing their side of it, and being able to determine or help that person, not necessarily giving the other people what they want for their gain, but listening to all sides and being able to help that person and sort of go, well, actually, no, you're quite fine. You're within sound mind, and we're not taking you anywhere today. There's no justification to be taking you anywhere. And having to deal also with the people that were trying to have them institutionalized to say, well, what are you talking about? Why aren't you taking them? So in my mind, having a good outcome in the way of being able to leave that person at home where they're comfortable and, feel safe, instead of putting them in a system which really wasn't meant for them anyway. But the lovely part of that was she was so appreciative of feeling listened to that she wrote me a letter and said, thanks so much for reinstilling my life in my belief in humanity. I think too often we believe one side of the story and don't take the time to get to the bottom of things too. So it's not always, cannulating
Car accidents
and giving drugs and splinting people and neck collaring people. It's also taking the time to keep things calm and listen and treat in that way as well. It's just as important.
Yeah. There's when COVID first came, were you concerned, before they talked about the vaccines, were you concerned of how you were going to cope in a pandemic as a paramedic, because you would be on the front line?
For me, it was just everyday work. You just go and do your shift, and obviously there was a need for PPE and that sort of stuff. which we did. Personally, I wasn't frightened of exposure to it or anything like that. I just thought, oh, well, it's just another illness. We take the precautions we're meant to, deal with it if it comes. But yeah, I guess I wasn't one to, fear mongering doesn't affect me. So I felt there was a lot of that. And for me, I was still a paramedic doing my job.
And so I take it you decided not to take the juice, and
Yeah,
is that when the shit went south?
basically, yeah. So we were given a period of time that we had to have it by. And I did quite a bit of research, as many people did. I'd actually been on leave when that started. So I had time to sit down and do my research. And I decided that there was no way I was going to put that in my body. I had some health concerns myself that I knew I'd be at risk of, either becoming unwell or worse. And that wasn't a risk I was willing to take. And obviously, as time went on, more journals and things were released about the risks, or, little things were coming out of the woodwork. Also, having had patients that had had the juice and basically were having adverse reactions. So,
you were actually seeing that firsthand.
yeah.
Can you talk about one of those? No mention any names, but sort of what things you were seeing.
Initially, it was more about, people having, fevers and feeling quite unwell and quite almost flu-like symptoms, but, having those symptoms for months. You'd see them from time to time and they're still suffering with, fevers and shaking and just not feeling well and stuff like that. But I did have one particular patient who was quite young, probably about 35.
Just wait, I don't know where you've gone. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah. Had a young female patient who was about 35 and had young children, and she had clots throughout her body on 3 occasions that I went to her.
Wow.
And that just doesn't happen, That's not that's not normal, So
you hadn't seen that before in your career, where a young 35-year-old mum is full of blood clots?
No, and then especially not on repeat occasions either.
Yeah. Which basically really makes you think, I don't want to take this stuff. No offense, you don't have to be a Rhodes Scholar to think that. So did you try reason with your bosses and your superiors to sort of say why you didn't want to take it?
My justification to them was that I didn't believe it was a safe option for me.
I
didn't talk about anyone else. I just said that in my circumstance, I'm not happy to do that. I don't feel it's a safe option for me. And same as, we had this back and forth of emails and letters and you must do this by this date or you can't work and things like that. I put in an exemption application, which bought me an extra month on road. And all the while this is happening, you sort of think, well, they've let me apply for an exemption. Surely there's a chance I can get an exemption.
Yeah.
But we slowly learned that there was no chance of an exemption. It didn't matter whether you had a history of some of the conditions that were, some people were experiencing, like myocarditis and pericarditis, both cardiac conditions. As time went on, more of those were showing up. And if you wanted to say to them, well, one of my concerns is that that's going to happen to me, that wasn't justified. And even if you had a history of something, they weren't going to give you an exemption.
Had they been like that before in the past? If you've ever, I don't know, how long have you been a paramedic by then?
I was a paramedic for 10 years.
So 10 years.
In that whole time, I hadn't experienced that.
So before, you'd actually been able to talk reasonably with bosses and stuff like this about concerns and stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. But the correspondence regarding that was with like the higher level managers in the business. It wasn't with your direct officer in charge or that sort of.
So they were just trapped.
Higher level.
So they were just trapped by the bosses above who were
They
saying
were
this is it.
What they were told, yeah.
Yeah. So did you think that? How long did it take from when they were pressuring you until you were suspended or dismissed?
It was a pretty short space of time. They released an email, I think it was about in the September of 21, to say that it had to be administered by a certain date or otherwise we couldn't work. But if we put in an exemption application, we bought ourselves an extra month. So that was about a 2-month period.
Yeah. And did you ever think in that 2-month period that they actually were just bluffing? They wouldn't actually sack a 10-year veteran in a pandemic where they're going to need every health worker they've got. Did you actually think they'd back down?
You sort of think that they might put other contingent plans so that you could still work. I mean, we worked with COVID for over a year using PPE and didn't even get
over
sick.
A year.
Yeah.
So you're over a year dealing with COVID patients, hadn't killed you, and then suddenly, yeah.
So it went from protecting others to protecting ourselves as well. And
what was it like working in PPE, full PPE all the time in Queensland?
It's not pleasant. It's already quite warm, as you know, but you just do what you got to do. It's as simple as that. You do.
Yeah.
You know, I was also removing my uniform at work and putting it in a bag and washing it as soon as I got home, you know, things like that to make sure that you're not carrying anything. It's just the things you do. You know, of course, there's many other things out there that are far more, you know, contagious and can make you sicker than you like, but those precautions were never brought in really before that. You wore PPE, but when COVID came, everyone panicked and you got to cover every part of yourself, you know?
Yeah. So how did the sacking take place? Was it by email or did they do it in person?
Yeah, so we were just told we couldn't come to work.
Wow.
By email, yeah.
And how did that feel?
Not only were we not allowed to come to work, we weren't allowed to set foot on hospital grounds, and we weren't allowed to set foot on the grounds of our station. Like it would be treated as trespassing. So
trespassing.
Already that leaves a bad taste in your mouth because speaking from my personal perspective, I gave up my whole life in Victoria to go and give these guys 10 years of my life. And I didn't have any family up there. And to then be told that I now can't go to my other home. And I felt like I was being treated like a criminal.
Yeah, it sounds like you've been treated like a criminal. I mean, you're going to be charged with trespass, even if you just go to your workplace.
Yeah.
And I mean, it really is quite insane.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. Was there any reason coming from any of your bosses that they were saying, "Look, I'm sorry, I'm just trapped by work," or anyone apologizing or justifying?
Didn't really talk to them about it.
No.
I stopped engaging with anyone at work. Almost detaching myself to a degree. I still had a handful of people that I used to catch up with for a coffee or whatever, but when we weren't locked down. But for the most part, I didn't really have much to do with anyone from work at all, which was hard to cope with at times too. Because
that was your world.
Yeah,
so, that would have been your world, your social, because this is it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So it was quite a stressful, upsetting experience.
Yeah, and the world's going crazy around you at the same time.
Yeah.
And so what happened then? What did you do? Suddenly you're out of work. Were you able to survive for a period on savings, or what did you do? What happened?
I had some savings, but for a period of time we were suspended with pay.
Okay.
So, yeah, so while all this back and forth of demands, and because it did drag out for a bit, as far as, why should we keep paying you is one of the letters you get, and then of course
Yeah.
you say, well, I need to live, I need to keep a roof over my head, I've got a mortgage, I'm supporting 4 stepchildren and all that sort of stuff. You can't just pull money off the trees. So
Yeah, that's right.
you have a bit of a banter back and forth like that. But I also took my case to the Industrial Relations Commission.
And
So
how'd that go?
Yeah, they upheld QAS's decision to not grant an exemption.
Wow. Do you know, I had another paramedic. He actually wasn't a paramedic. He worked in the rescue helicopters.
Yeah.
Danny in South Australia. And he went to the unfair dismissal.
Yep.
And the magistrate or whoever, whatever you call the people in charge, they said to him, listen, don't bother. I've done 500 cases and they've all lost. There's no way you're going to win. There's nothing you're going to present to me which is going to allow you to win. So basically, that was it. It's extraordinary,
Yep. And I knew that when I went as well. But I had to at least try.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I admire you for trying, but it's just amazing that we live a society that based itself on being fair. I mean, it's in our national anthem. Australians all else are like, rejoice for we are young and free. And it's, advances Australia fair,
Yeah.
and that all went out the window.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
so you're gone.
Sorry, no, go.
I was just wondering how you went from there. So you'd lost the case. So what's then?
Yeah,
then you're realizing, wow, my career's over.
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't deal with QAS directly after that. I was a member of APAC rather than the union.
Yeah.
And I contacted the lawyer that we could deal with through them. And I said to her, what are my options? And she said, well, there's going to be 2 options. She said, you either wait for them to terminate you and you'll have a black mark against your name, which could hinder your ability to get work in the future.
Yeah.
Or and when we talk about work in the future, that's any government work in the future. And she said, otherwise your option is to resign. So I said, well, what's the time frame? Now that the actual official decision's been handed down, because you get an email with a link to the QIRC and the breakdown of what was discussed in the courtroom. I said, what's the time frame between getting that and then being terminated? She said, how long's a piece of string? Like probably a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So in the end, I decided to resign because I didn't want to shoot myself in the foot, so to speak, and not be able to get work down the track.
Yeah.
So
can I ask though, just before you move on?
Yeah.
An AMBO is different from other. There's certain jobs in society which you just get and do, but there's other jobs that are a calling. An AMBO, a nursing, an AMBO, and being a paramedic is a calling. So resigning away from something you felt is a calling must be very different from, say, walking away from being a sandwich maker in a factory. So how did that feel, resigning?
It was shattering.
Yeah.
It's absolutely shattering.
Yeah.
To be forced to
and
do
we fail too. We lose. Because
Yeah.
we lose a passionate paramedic that's going to come up and listen to us in our time of need. So we lose as well. But go on about yourself.
Well, just that, it's a big decision to make to go and do that job in the first place. Anyone that
Mm.
takes it on doesn't really know if it's for them or not until they do it. You like to think you can do it, but not everyone can cope with that. It's confronting. Every job you go to is confronting in some way. Not everyone.
Do you remember your first job? Sorry to keep interrupting. Do you remember your first job that you thought, this is it? If I can deal with this, I can do this job. You know?
Yeah,
What's the one thing?
I actually, there's two jobs in particular that happened very early on in the piece for me. I still remember the name of the first one. I still remember what he looked like. I remember the circumstances. And that was a cardiac arrest job that was a result of an overdose of medication, not illegal drugs, but medication. And he was elderly. So we worked on him for over 2 hours.
Wow.
We did get him to hospital, but sadly he didn't make it. And that I still remember that, not in a negative sense, not in the sense that I get down about it, but in the sense that once I experienced that, I went, yeah, I'm in the right place. I know I can do this now.
So you're fighting for life. Death is there trying to take this guy,
Yeah.
and here
Yeah.
you are fighting for
Yeah.
life, just to give this
Yeah.
man a little bit more time in the light.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the next one was actually an 18-month-old. So, and having to tell a mother that, you know, unfortunately her child is now deceased.
God.
That's a hard thing to deliver to anyone when it's an adult, let alone a child.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
not everyone can do that. Even if they
No,
wanted
they
to,
can't.
not everyone can do it. You know what I mean?
Not to do it compassionately, and that's most people would run away from even the thought of doing that. You know what I mean?
And it's
Very,
something
very
that can't
difficult.
really be taught. You've got it in you, you don't.
Yeah, that's right. It's either in you or it's not.
Yeah.
And then to
So,
do that and then go, I still want to be a paramedic, means I really am in the right place.
100%.
So one of the problems you're having, and this is why I'm interviewing these paramedics tonight, is that when you really feel you're in the right place doing what you're meant to be doing, and suddenly you're not there for something as ridiculous as not taking a new vaccine, which is questionable in its efficacy.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
No. No. I mean,
Yeah.
we're partly about when you treat a patient, you are informing them of what the risks are of what you're giving them.
Yeah. Informed
So
consent,
in the event that someone's having a heart attack, you're giving them drugs that could potentially kill them. You have to tell them this may kill you. However, the benefit will far outweigh the outcome if we don't give it to you, sort of thing.
Yeah.
They then make the informed consent based off what you're telling them. Do I want to take this risk or don't I?
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, they will want to take that risk because they want to live. But in the case of the juice, firstly, we knew that it wasn't safe. We knew that it wasn't effective, but there was no prior information to tell us of any risks or anything like that. And then we start seeing for ourselves the adverse reactions. I know 8 people personally that had adverse reactions, and some quite severe. They're just people in my personal life.
These aren't people, places you went to with the work. This is actual friends and family you're talking about.
Yeah. So why would I want to put that in my body? Why would I be okay with that? We weren't even given the right to informed consent, which is
they couldn't give you
we take
informed
an oath
consent
to do that. That's
right.
right.
But they couldn't give it to you because they wouldn't reveal what was actually in it.
Exactly.
So there was no way they could have given it to you.
Yeah. Why would you my mind says if I don't know what's in something, I'm not having it.
Yeah, and this is something made by Big Pharma, who has the biggest fines in history for fraudulence when it comes to fraudulently, all the data they come out with, which is this. And basically we have a history where thalidomide was out there for 20 years, injuring people.
Yep.
I mean, history tells us to be cautious, and yet the government is saying, no, just trust. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically
Absolutely
it, isn't it?
not. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Hippocratic, paramedics, do you actually do a Hippocratic oath in your training, or is that for doctors and nurses? Do they do that
It's
for you as
more
well?
about the code of conduct, and it's like an unspoken oath, really, that you,
Yeah.
And part of that is, always doing what's in the best interest of the patient.
Yeah.
And as I spoke about before, informed consent.
Yeah.
We were never given that right.
No, you weren't. No, you were basically, no, none of us were. Can I
ever
ask?
walk up to someone and
What's
go,
that?
would you ever walk up to someone and say, I'm injecting you with 10 milligrams of morphine, even though I know it might kill you?
Yeah, exactly right. Can I ask?
I'd be in jail if I did that.
What happened after you resigned? What happened to your life then?
Well, it was on a bit of a slippery slope then. Without going into too much detail, basically a lot of pressure was put on the relationship at home.
Yeah. Because you're not earning now.
Not earning, and also, you're trying to raise a family and all that sort of stuff.
Was he on the same page as you?
To a degree, yes, but and he was supportive in the sense of me not getting the jab, which I'm grateful for. But it put a lot of pressure on me in the sense of self-worth.
Yeah.
After all that I'd given QAS, and I wasn't worth it to them, to be able to keep my job and to help others, the community that's out there that needs me, that really was a struggle for me.
Yeah.
So my self-worth was pretty well in the toilet. And
there's a question here. I think it's from Robert Roach. Good morning, Robert. How did your workmates treat you? Because there's two lots, isn't there? The ones that were like you, but the other ones who just took it. How were you treated by your workmates?
The ones that I stayed in touch with were quite supportive. They said, yeah, good on you, but we've gone ahead with it because, we've got families and a mortgage and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And in my brain, I'm thinking, well, so do I, but I'm still not putting that stuff in my body.
Yeah.
You can threaten my livelihood, but I'm not going to do it. But most of them were, either support. They're like, yeah, good on you. Or, there was no judgment as such. I never had one person say, oh, why don't you just take it?
No, good.
So that was good. Yeah.
Yeah. So back to you then. So here you are, your relationship struggling now. You're feeling your self-worth. And really, you are. I mean, you've been betrayed, really. You've given everything. Yeah. And so you've just been treated like you were scum.
Yeah, and a criminal.
Yeah.
So I basically became the live-in nanny, if I can put it that way.
Well, okay.
So the relationship kind of came apart, and the main focus was the kids and making sure they're all right. And kids are precious, don't get me wrong, they need that. But I felt like the only reason I was there was for them then. And eventually our relationship went by the wayside.
Yeah.
So once that ended, obviously there was the decision that can either of us afford to keep the property? Well, no, we couldn't. I managed to get myself a casual job at a dairy doing occupational health and safety. You know, but that certainly wasn't going to pay the bills. So we had to make the decision to sell the property because neither of us could keep it independent of each other, which was a real shame because it was a beautiful property in a beautiful location. And during that time, I made the decision to move back to Victoria to be near family because I no longer had anything to stay in Queensland for. And my parents are retired now, so they're getting on a bit. I wanted to be able to spend time with them. And we ended up selling our house at a loss. So,
oh God,
I'm basically starting again. So for the last 2 years since I've been back in Victoria, I've been putting one foot in front of the other. Sometimes it's been very difficult. I've been living week to week, which I hadn't experienced in over 20 years.
Yeah.
I have no savings anymore, no property. I do a bit of photography and nature and landscape photography. I normally travel once every 3 years to go and fulfill that, go somewhere different. I can't do that. I'm flat out trying to go up to, because I live down on the Bass Coast. So if I want to go up to Melbourne to catch up with a friend or family, I've got to pick and choose whether I can afford to put petrol in the car that week to go and do that. Or whether I can just afford to go to work, So it's been me and my dog for the last 2.5 years. And she's pretty good. She listens pretty well. So, but there's some weeks where I struggle to do anything because I've lost my motivation.
Because that's the thing. You were doing what you loved.
Yeah.
So it's like going, you got to write a new novel now, but you feel you've already you were living the novel you wanted to write.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
I get that too.
It's an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah.
Because I still sit there after all this time and it cuts deep how I was treated, how we were treated, and I still can't believe that that's the way I ended my career. I didn't even get my 10-year service medal,
God.
And just to be treated like that when you give yourself to helping the community like that, and then they just discard you like nothing.
Yeah. So all your passion, all your dedication, all your hard work, none of that meant anything. The only thing they were interested in was compliance.
Yep. It didn't matter. I never had one complaint. Not one complaint the whole time I was there about how I treated a patient. Not one.
I've interviewed so many nurses and doctors and paramedics, and a lot of them in your boat said the same thing. They'd had awards.
Yeah.
Like, even a police officer I interviewed, he had a medal for outstanding service, and then they sack him. Or another paramedic in South Australia won Paramedic of the Year, and the next year they sack her. And it's it's baffling, isn't it? Do you still regret not taking it though?
No.
Sorry, Stan.
I wouldn't change it at all. Wouldn't change a thing.
So you're still okay with your decision despite everything you've been through?
Yep.
Yeah. And what else could you do now? Is there any state that's offering paramedics back if they're not vaccinated?
So as far as I know, no one's being offered a job back. We certainly haven't been at QAS. Even though they told me that, or even though I was advised that if I resigned, I wouldn't have a black mark against my name. I think that's rubbish. They won't take us back. They've made it pretty clear. But we've been told we're welcome to apply.
Yeah. So basically, they won't hire. So it's almost, they're almost exposing the fact that they don't care about society, because I know they're short of paramedics. They've got all these highly trained paramedics that we've paid for with our taxpayers' money. So they've got all these highly trained paramedics who passionately want to just get back to doing the work. We've got all these people out there who are calling for ambulances, and like my mother-in-law, I found out, had to wait 3 hours for the fall. That was the one that saw her die. She had to wait 3 hours for an ambulance in the center of Melbourne. And so here we have the public suffering, and all basically for what? To protect Big Pharma's product. It's really, that's what it comes down to.
The thing is, the mandates are no longer in place.
I know.
So I don't the other thing too is I was trained by QAS.
Yeah, you said.
So the taxpayer paid for my trairing, basically.
Yeah. So you're the taxpayer. You are basically you're our investment. We've invested in you to be our paramedic. We want you to be the person to turn up in our hour of need. And now we can't have that because the government has said, no, she won't jump through this hoop, which is a dodgy hoop. And more evidence comes out all the time. Even the Australian government now, the health TGA or whatever, has put out that thing that it's dangerous for pregnant women and for those 18 and below. Yeah. So even they admit now that it's dodgy. Yeah. And they've also admitted that it doesn't stop the spread, they've admitted all that, and yet they still penalizing you simply because you wanted informed consent.
And if I was informed, I still wouldn't have done it, because we all know how bad it is.
Yeah, well, that's probably why they couldn't have informed you. I mean, I would have liked to see them try if they actually told the truth. Yeah. Yeah. So where do you think, have you got any plans now moving forward as you sort of, are you just waiting for life to sort of show you a direction, or are you making plans to do something?
Well, at the moment in Victoria, I've managed to get myself back into a form of patient care.
Okay.
By way of non-emergency patient transport. So
yeah.
So in a sense, it's fulfilling because I'm still getting a chance to help people when they need it. It's not utilizing my skills though.
No. Which must be really frustrating. Someone asked, are you allowed to offer, administer first aid if needed, or because you got sacked, are you banned from doing that?
Oh, no, I can do first aid. That's no problem. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. So,
look, I'm in a bit of I don't know what I'm going to do. I've been in this limbo since that happened. And really it's been about treading water and keeping my head above water. And that's about.
Well, the other thing is times are hard. I mean, we did a thing yesterday. We've got all this mineral wealth and yet we're broke. Yeah. And we've got all these gyms everywhere, and everything on the food is no added sugar, no added salt, and yet we're all sick. Yeah. And we have all this beautiful landscape and all these gifts, so we should be really happy, but most of us are depressed. So there's something seriously wrong with our country right at the moment. You just can't get away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you think about, like, my papa fought in the war for our freedom, and he'd be really, really not happy with what's going on now if he was here today.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You know?
That goes without saying, you know?
Yeah.
It's what do you think happened? Just as we move to the end, what do you think happened to the country that it basically went nuts for a period of time, and now you're sort of in the wake of that insanity?
I actually think that basically we're not really controlled by our own government.
Yeah.
We're controlled by a higher power, overseas. We're just like our so-called prime minister is just a yes man.
Yeah.
And dare I say it, like the New World Order.
Yeah.
We're not a free country here. We're a communist country.
Yeah, or becoming one. Yeah, there's definitely
So,
becoming one.
Like there's no doubt about it that the younger generation are being molded to be okay with that. And I've got a relative who is very young and thinks that's not a bad idea to be told what you can do and what you can't do and all the rest of it. And that's
it's
really
interesting, isn't it?
I don't know what else to say except that's a real sad way. I mean, there is no such thing. We're being controlled, and then prices go up for everything. It's controlling people because they can't afford to be free.
Yeah. I was at the supermarket yesterday and I saw 2 small pieces of broccoli, $9.50. 2 small pieces, not even enough to feed a family, just for maybe 1, 2 people at luck. I just see this from Leander Kelly. An 81-year-old lady had a fall at the front of where I work on Thursday. Her arm was broken and blood all over her. We rang the ambulance and it was a 2-hour wait. She was so in distress, so my boss took her to the hospital. And so this is it. And yet we have these paramedics willing to be there, and our government saying no. For whatever reason, the government is saying no. Basically, the public, this 81-year-old lady, that she's just going to have to suffer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It's so, I think the big thing here is the flow-on effects for many different people of this. The flow-on effects are still existing today.
Yeah.
And they don't look like finishing.
No.
I've lost a lot financially, not, like you lose your income and all of that. But you lose not just the income, you lose your livelihood, you lose what you're passionate about, you lose your motivation. You put on a front when you're out there with other people sometimes, but when you get in your own 4 walls, it's difficult, I never thought I would be in this position.
I don't think any of us did really. You know what I mean?
No.
I thought, like, I've seen something now that a lot of young people are saying they're realizing now that hard work and dedication and passion won't equate to actually getting anywhere.
No,
because that's what the government did. The government basically said across the country, compliance is more important than hard work or anything, because a lot of people who have lost their jobs were the cream of the crop. They're actually really great, and they were just kicked out,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So
there's far more people that have been through this than what people know about.
Yeah. Would you go if the government sort of finally relented and go, okay, whatever reason that happened, but they reached out and said, would you like your job back? Do you think you'd go back?
Oh, they'd have to really probably entice me with some good incentives. And how do I know I'm not setting myself up for the same thing to happen again?
Great point. I'll use that tonight, actually.
Because
but I'm just wondering what you would like, though. Would you like an apology or just acknowledgement that they were out of order? What would
I'd like an acknowledgement and an apology. I'd like my 10-year service medal, and I'd like some compensation.
Yeah.
For what I've been through. All of us at least deserve that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I hope to eventually get back to some form of emergency care, but probably not with QAS.
Yeah.
Because that's just one thing. There's other things in the past that have been swept under the carpet. And they said to us that they don't think that they can trust us to follow a lawful direction, which we now know was unlawful, as per the Supreme Court last year. But I don't trust them to have my best interests at heart.
Yeah. I just see this comment here from Bella. We're a depressed country because we have lost our purpose. Most want to be taken care of, told what to do. They've been taught not be responsible for themselves and others. The village. I hate to say it, that's a beautiful comment, Bella.
That's so true.
Yeah, it is true. It is true. Might just print screen that. Yeah. Just 2 secs. Want to smile. Print screen. There's is there anything else you'd like to say before we toddle off?
Well, I just want to thank you for your time and your efforts
no problem.
in getting this out there. We have had a bit of a long, hard fight over the last couple of years, and we're still not looking like having any kind of result. So I know we're still fighting, but you do have those days where you think, it's never going to come, you know? So, yeah, I think we've still got to all stick together, and I thank you for getting the story.
No worries. Look, it's absolutely wrong. I left the ambulance service about 5 years ago with a choice. So thank God. G'day. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, basically, it's outrageous what's happened to you. And it doesn't make any sense. Like, thank you for your service. It doesn't make any sense. You should be praised. You're one of the heroes of society. The few amongst us that has the stomach and the empathy to turn up at these moments that we don't even want to talk about and fight to save us, like you did with that old man, you know, and to be treated like some sort of petty criminal, really, like you've been caught stealing stuff from the ambulance or something, is just absolutely unforgivable, really. And I just can't comprehend how the politicians, if they really aren't controlled by someone else, if they really are sovereign citizens and Australian leaders, how they can't listen to something like this and go, oh, this is madness. Come on, let's get these people back to work. I just can't understand what could stop them doing that. When, as that story said about the lady, we've got our people laying in the street for hours needing an ambulance and one's not coming because they've sacked the paramedics.
Yeah.
Insane.
It's crazy. And, you know, to think that there's other people still working on road today that have been charged with other things that are actually criminal offences, and they're still allowed to work. So that's just another little side note. But thank you
I've heard of that
today for their support too. That's
no worries at all. So if you do get any free time tonight, the show will be going live from 6:30, and the link's in the signal. So if you want to jump in there and join the chat, do so. So we're going live at 6:30 tonight. We're going to have more of the Queensland paramedics who can't get their job back, and we're just basically going to hopefully people will spread it. We'll interview them one by one, and hopefully people will spread the truth that here you are, you need ambos, and here they are, and your government is saying nope, they won't jump through a hoop. So we'd prefer to just let you die in your house waiting for one than give in.
That's the truth of it.
That's the truth of it. That's the truth of it. Yeah. And that's 5 years on now. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah. You take care. Have a great day. Maybe I'll meet you somewhere down the road. No problem. Thanks for coming on so early.
No worries at all. Thank you.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So glad. Okay. We're ready to go, but I'm going to start with a song. This was a poem written when we were on the steps of Parliament, and the words are in there. So I wrote this for all the people, Billy, Bradley and Paul Casper and all the other brave souls that tried to defend democracy on the steps of Parliament during the Kill the Bill time. It's called Democracy's Last Fought. See what you think.
All these God soldiers, each with nowhere better to go, nowhere warmer than these stone steps covered in chalk messages calling for love and defending your freedom like the prayers of children, praying to a God they hope can read from the footsteps of the devil who wants them gone. If he wins, they know they could all be carted away to Mickleham.
Carry us over the space between where we are and where we wish we could be. For in this space, your lonely ghost is where we start our dreams.
It's true, for what could never happen here now happens every day. I used to call this place the steps of solace, but now it's our democracy's last fort, thrown together and defended by these unwanted lions whose battle roar is that lesson we are learning. You can only die once on your feet, but every day you can die on your knees.
Carry us over the space between where we are and where we wish we could be. For in this space, you lonely ghost is where we start our dreams. They are out there now, those nameless fighting your greatest battle. From their camp chair beds with the weather for a blanket, as the younger ones sing those songs that from their smiling mouths all sound like hope. Close your eyes and you'll find them there for all of time. Our angelic warriors partying like bright lights, streaming their laughter into the besieging dark. Carry us over the space between where we are and where we wish we could be. For in this space, you lonely ghost is where we store our dreams.
They are out there now, those nameless fighting your greatest battle from their camp chair beds with the weather for a blanket, as the younger ones sing those songs that from their smiling mouths all sound like hope. Close your eyes and you'll find them there for all of time. Our angelic warriors partying like bright lights, streaming their laughter into the besieging dark.
Carry us over the space between where we are and where we wish we could be. For in this space, you lonely ghost is where we start our dreams.
I did that myself. Okay. So we're here in Yatala. We're on a farm in Yatala owned by a paramedic, and we're going to interview paramedics today in Queensland. I was approached by Nigel and Bernie at a Trickies gathering, and they said they had a group of paramedics who still couldn't go back to work. I thought they were all back at work, and it's just ridiculous now. So rather than just saying it's ridiculous and doing a one-off show, we're going to interview as many of them as we can, some online, some in person, simply to let you see the caliber of people who are not in an ambulance rushing to help you or your loved one if they're in peril. And it just doesn't make any sense. We basically, it's our investment. We've paid for their training, most of them. So it's an investment we've made so that in our time of need, they're there. We call triple O, and within minutes, we can hear the sirens, but that doesn't happen anymore. And before we start it, I'll start with this. This is, I interviewed Terry the other day. Her mother died. It took 3 calls before the ambulances finally turned up. When they turned up, it was too late. But this is what it sounds like when you don't have enough paramedics in the system.
I rang an ambulance twice.
Right.
Mum, but she's unconscious now. She's just gone unconscious.
All right. What was
On
your
the toilet.
address? All right. Just getting in front of me. There's an ambulance on the way for you.
Yeah, how far? Because she's like literally out.
All right. So what was happening what was originally happening? So,
She
Heather?
needs to get... Yeah, Mum. Mum. Mum.
Okay, so just confirm she's not conscious anymore?
No.
Is she breathing?
Mum. No, I need an ambulance.
They're on their way.
I need CPR.
All right.
Get her up. On the bed.
What we're going to do is we're going to
Don't worry about the bed.
get her off the bed and put her on the floor. Have you got a defibrillator available?
Blanket. Mum.
Have you got a defib?
No.
Do you have a defib available in your house? So let's go. This is our first paramedic, Bernie. How you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are
Now, as a paramedic, how many houses did you go to where they had defibs in the house?
you? Zero. It's never happened.
Now, when did you become a paramedic, and what made you want to become one?
I started with the service in 2006, and the reason I started, it just appealed to me because I like to be able to serve the community and help where I can. I was interested in medicine, but I didn't really want to be a doctor or a nurse where I'm stuck inside a hospital. So for me, driving around and going to people's homes when they needed medical services was the ideal job for me, and it really worked out. Like I really loved my job and I enjoyed it a lot.
Can I say, in all honesty, it's not a job that would appeal to everyone. It appeals to a certain member of the community. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, we're a particular breed that enjoys that kind of environment. And
would you call it a job, or would you call it more of a calling?
well, it's a bit of both. Obviously, we get paid for what we do, but it was not really about the money for me. Like when I was looking at the kind of career that I wanted, it wasn't about how much money I could earn. It was about what I could give and provide and the kind of experiences that I could have in that job. So that's what made it for me.
Yeah. So when you were first training, and you must have been on the road, there must have been one time where you thought, okay, this is going to be major. If I fall apart at this incident, I can't be a paramedic. And if I get through it, I can. Was there an incident like that?
I can't think of a specific incident where that happened, but I do remember the first job I ever went to where my mentor said, right, you're in charge now. This is your job. And I was like, okay. And it was, now in hindsight, a very simple job. And I was so nervous.
What's simple?
Well, simple was just like an elderly lady who was having, some difficulty breathing, but it may have been like an asthma attack or something like that, which is very simple for us to treat. So it's not like it was an immediately life-threatening thing. It was pretty much do some vital signs, assess the patient, provide some minor treatment, and then transport to hospital. So it's a run-of-the-mill job for a paramedic, but being a very young paramedic and suddenly being in the hot seat, so to speak,
while being observed.
Yeah, while being observed, very, very nervous. Even though I knew my mentor was there to look after me and support me, I was still extremely nervous. And then I got to a point where I was like, oh, what do I do now? And I was like looking at my mentor, and he's just standing there going, well, what else is there to do? And he said, well, why don't we transport them to hospital? And oh, that's a good idea. So, but you get better at that as you go. So
can I say, for most people in Australia, even in the world, when they think of paramedics, there's something they never meet. They only meet them when something goes wrong in the house, either with a loved one or themselves, but say a loved one, and they're on the phone. And what they want is they want to hear the sirens in the distance quickly. And then when you guys come in, guys, I know guys and girls do it, but you guys have something about you. You come in with a different energy that basically goes, okay, is that energy, like, is that not an act, but is that something you realize this is what we have to do? We can't go in there if they're all agitated and meet them and going all agitated.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not an act. It's something, it's a skill that you develop over time. And I think we kind of inherently know that the worst thing that could happen is if the paramedic runs in there and starts freaking out, because then that just adds to the already highly strung, anxious energy in the room. Whereas if you can walk in calmly and just speak quietly and gently to everyone, explain the situation. I think being able to explain, that's one of the biggest skills that we have as paramedics is communication skills, being able to talk to somebody in a calm manner and just reassure them that rest and reassurance is what every patient gets from us. Even if we don't provide any medical treatment, just the reassurance of us being there and saying, look, we're going to do everything we can. This is going to be okay. We can take care of the situation. And that energy comes right down. And it's something that it's an inherent, I think you need that to be a paramedic. And particularly in those situations that are life-threatening, it's very important to stay at least outwardly calm, even though on the inside, like every cardiac arrest I've ever been to, I've been freaking out on the inside.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's a highly stressful kind of environment. And you know, you're nervous and you're anxious, but that needs to stay on the inside. On the outside, you're calm and controlled. And then that's where your training really kicks in, where you just go, no, I'm just going to be systematic and just work through the process. And then from the outside, it looks like, wow, look, these guys know what they're doing. And we do. These guys, you know, have done this before. They know what they're doing. We know our loved one is in good hands. So that's, you know, one of the biggest skills of a paramedic is being able to do that.
Wouldn't you say though that that's a part of your, even though you can train you, surely as a paramedic that'd be part of your actual nature, that you've got an ability to stay calm in situations of stress. You know, that's why I was saying it doesn't suit everybody. So you have that ability naturally.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't suit everybody. And many people that I meet and I say I'm a paramedic, they go, oh, I couldn't do that job.
Yeah.
And they probably couldn't because they don't have the, you know, that emotional skill set to be able to do that. And
what's it like to bring someone back from the edge, even if their family's watching and they? Yeah,
it's an amazing experience. I mean, it's an honor and a privilege to be able to do that kind of work for people. It really is.
Is there a spiritual connotation to that? Like, you know, because I know when I used to work in nursing homes, if someone died, you can almost feel their spirit had left the body. And so if you're saving someone, can you feel that at all?
I have definitely had spiritual experiences in the field, and it's not something I can really explain and put words to. But it's a very, like I said before, it's an honor and privilege to be there with people in that moment where they pass or they come back. But there's definitely a spiritual element to it.
Now, so 2006, that's quite a substantial time.
Yes, I think that's about 19 years now.
Yeah. So 14 years gets us up to COVID. For those 14 years, were you over the job or were you still very happy?
No, I was enjoying the job more than when I started.
Why?
Well, I think I went through a bit of after I qualified as a paramedic. So you do about 3 years of training. I went through, there's two different ways you could do it back in the old days. There was a diploma program and a uni program. So diploma is basically like an apprenticeship, and uni was obviously you go to university. So I ended up doing a little bit of both, but I went through the full diploma course. So I worked for 3 years as a student paramedic. So I learnt on the road as I went.
Would you prefer that way?
Look, I think they both have their advantages, but I think the on-road training, the apprenticeship, so to speak, it's more real. It's a more real life, because a lot of the skills that you learn, you can't learn from a book. You only get them from your actual real life experiences with real patients on the road, and learning from a mentor that's there with you on that particular job with that particular patient. So you can't really learn those skills in a classroom at university.
So going back to you were enjoying the job more towards COVID. Is that because you're so experienced now? You feel competent?
No, when I joined the service, I believed in my head that I was joining an emergency service. And so after I qualified and I worked for probably 2 or 3 years, I went through a period where I was getting really frustrated because a lot of the jobs that we were going to were very minor in my opinion, and people were using and abusing the ambulance service in my opinion, in the sense that, you know, they were calling for a toothache that they'd had for 4 days and hadn't been bothered to go and see a dentist, and then at 3 o'clock in the morning they'd call an ambulance because they can't deal with the pain anymore. And then you say, well, why didn't you go to a dentist? Because there's no dentist open now. You're going to have to wait till the morning anyway. So, and then people were just like, oh, I don't know, I just couldn't be bothered. And you get frustrated. I'm like, mate, do you know how busy we are? So I was really struggling with that. And I was finding like, oh, what am I doing here? And what changed it for me was I realized that it's not actually even though it's called an emergency service, it's not an emergency service. It's a community service. Like we're serving the community with what they need. And once that clicked in my head, I asked myself the question, well, can I still do this job and can I still enjoy this job? And the answer was yes. And once that changed, then I really started to enjoy the job more because I engaged with my patients more. I was like, look, for that particular patient, the reason that they're calling is an emergency in their world. So even though I didn't think that it was like necessary, it's not something that I would do, but for them, they didn't see any other option.
Could it be also that they don't have money? I mean, dentists are expensive.
Well, that's right. That's a lot of it for people. And so once I actually started understanding that, I went, no, I still like this job. And, you know, if they want to pay me to drive someone to the hospital where there's no dentist and they'll sit and wait until a dentist opens in the morning, then that's okay with me. You know, that's still a job that I like to do. And then you still get those jobs every now and then where you really make a big difference in someone's life, and it just makes it all worthwhile.
Can you explain what ramping is? Because we hear it all the time, but what actually is it?
So ramping is basically what the result of a blockage in the whole hospital system. So usually it's caused by no bed spaces available in the actual hospital, which means there's a backlog down into the emergency department. So all the beds in the emergency department are full, and then it overflows and all the chairs in the emergency department are full. And then what happens is an ambulance comes to the hospital and we want to offload our patient from our stretcher, but there's no beds or literally no space for us to put the patient. So then the ambulance the patient and 2 paramedics will stand in the hallway of the hospital because we can't hand that over to the hospital staff until there's a space available. So we're still responsible for the patient until we can hand it over to the hospital staff, and then we're free to go out on another job. So basically it means we're literally lining ambulances up in the ambulance bay, and that means that we're literally just looking after one patient for at times hours. Like I've heard of in Brisbane where a crew started their shift at 7 o'clock in the morning. They were told to go to the hospital and look after a patient from another crew that was ramped at the hospital, and they spent their entire 12-hour shift in the hallway of that hospital until another crew came and took over. So they spent their entire 12-hour shift ramped in a hallway with one patient.
So if anyone's sick or anyone out there needs help, tough luck.
Well, the ambulances are all lined up at the hospital looking after patients.
Well, we see that, and I see people getting very frustrated with that. But how frustrating is it for ambos to be stuck in that system?
Oh, very, because that's not what we're there for. Like we've done our bit of the process. Like we've assessed the patient, treated them, brought them to hospital, and we're just waiting for that last little bit to finish that job. And sometimes that takes hours. Like I've often spent 3 or 4 hours standing in a hall in a hospital. Yeah.
Now, so COVID comes along. When you first heard of COVID, were you concerned? Were you thinking, I'm getting out of this job? Did you believe the hype that it was going to kill us all?
Yeah, I was concerned because I knew nothing about it. So I was just going on the information that I was getting. So I was concerned. I wasn't fearful. I just thought, well, if there's a pandemic coming, like this is what I'm here for. So I was like, well, let's go. It's on. I actually started because I was concerned about I thought if I was going to be working a lot, I was concerned about bringing COVID back into my home with my wife and daughter. I didn't want to get them sick. So I actually started isolating myself. One of my mates said I could stay in his little caravan on his rural property. And I was actually isolating there thinking pandemic's kicking off. I'm just going to have so much work because I was a casual paramedic. So I was just filling in shifts all over the place. And I thought there's going to be work everywhere. I'm just going to work and separate myself from my family so I don't get them sick. And I ended up sitting in this caravan for a week and I couldn't get a job. I couldn't get a shift.
Why not?
Well, because there was no work going on because everyone was fearful of getting COVID. And so people were staying at home and there were ambulance crews that were sitting at station for like hours and hours. Like they were watching 2 movies in a shift, which is unheard of. Like normally as soon as you log on to your vehicle, a job pings up and you're out the roller door. Like that's it. So that was a crazy time. And then when I managed to actually get a shift, it was the strangest thing. Like I was working on the Sunshine Coast at the time. So I'd go into the Sunshine Coast University Hospital. And I remember this one, it was a Thursday afternoon, about 3 o'clock, which is usually like peak time. Like normally every bed in the emergency department is full. And I walked down the hallway in the emergency department, past all the beds, and there was 4 patients in the emergency department. I couldn't believe it.
Despite the propaganda saying the hospitals were overfull.
So we were hearing on the news that, pandemic, everyone's getting sick. And I was walking through the emergency department going, what's going on here? Like, this just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And that's when I started going, hang on, like, this isn't right. That's not what a pandemic's supposed to look like.
Yeah.
And so then I started asking some questions and, there's the QAS wasn't very willing to answer my questions or able to answer my questions anyway. So that got me a little bit concerned.
So before the jabs came along, what's about a year? So a year you were working with COVID?
Yeah, I was working during the COVID period. I found it was harder to get work as a casual because I was only filling in shifts.
Yeah. So the demand dropped?
Yeah, the demand dropped. Yeah, which is interesting. So
very nice pandemic.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and it was a lot of weird, like just a lot of stuff was happening that didn't make sense to me. Yeah. So like one example that I can think of is there was a single mum with a 4-year-old daughter that was living on a semi-rural property, about 5-acre property on the northern side of the Sunshine Coast. And she got a positive result on the COVID test. And so an ambulance, I didn't go to this job, but this is what I heard from a colleague. And so they went to this job and she had, vital signs were completely normal. She just had like mild cold symptoms. So, runny nose, sore throat, but she was otherwise fit and healthy. And she said, no, I'm happy. I want to stay here. The neighbors have said they'll bring me food. So there's no problem. I just want to stay here. I don't want to go to hospital. I don't want anything. And I'm happy to report back and let you know how I am. And the crew said, okay. But they were instructed to take her to the hospital. So they called the comm center and said, look, this lady wants to stay here. And they were like, no, she needs to be taken to the hospital. And I thought, well, why would they do that? So they forced this lady with her 4-year-old child to get in the ambulance, drive all the way down to SCU, which is the main hospital, which is about a 45-minute drive from where she was, exposing this COVID positive patient to 2 paramedics. They then got escorted by a security guard through the back way of the hospital to go up to the COVID ward. And then she was made to stay in the COVID ward for, a number of days probably. And like you hear this stuff and you go, well, why on earth would they do that? And I mean, the only thing that I can come up with is it adds a statistic that there's another COVID patient in hospital. So people think oh, there's 5 COVID patients. If they're in hospital, they must be really sick. And so, like, I walked through the COVID ward, and which are all these like air evacuated, like one-way flow rooms, you know, and I'd walk through there, and we'd be all gowned up in all of our gear, and I walk through there, and there's all these like fit, healthy, middle-aged people sitting cross-legged on their beds on their phones, bored off their brains, and I'm like, this is not a code. These aren't sick people. Wow. So yeah,
it's powerful stuff. I hate to say it.
Yeah, I know, and I mean that's why like I was really scratching my head at that stage of what I saw. And I thought, this is just that something's not right. This is not what we should be doing.
Yeah.
You know, it's really not the way that this should be working.
Yeah. So when the jabs came, had you already decided by then you weren't taking them, or something about the jabs made you go, I didn't want to take them?
Well, it was interesting leading up to the jabs. Like I had my concerns and about it long before the jabs came out. And one of the things that got me thinking about it was that they actually, leading up to the jabs at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, they made flu shots mandatory for paramedics.
Okay.
And in the past, it had never been mandatory. They just said, you know, we recommend or advise you to get a flu shot. But you could always opt out. Like you could always say, no, I'm just not going to have it. I don't think it's right for me. And I was more than happy for that to happen. And I didn't feel it was right for me. And then when they made it mandatory, I wrote a letter to our medical director, and I said, look, I'm not comfortable with taking it. I believe it's going to be detrimental to my health. And I gave him a whole bunch of reasons why I felt that was the case. And basically the response was, well, I don't agree with you. You either take it or you lose your job.
Wow.
So that's kind of what I got back. And so I was like, okay, well, why are they now all of a sudden being so forceful about the flu shot? And I could see that it was the preparation for the COVID shot. And so before the COVID shot rolled out, I had my concerns, and I actually wrote an open letter to all of the QAS management and every MP, state and federal in Australia, with basically just, I think there was about 8 or 10 paramedics that were willing to be named, and said these paramedics will not be receiving the jab if it's mandated. And then there's another 30 paramedics that are supporting our decision, and will be seriously considering whether they take it or not. And I listed out a whole range of concerns and asked a number of questions that they about the research that's been done into them. It was a pretty thorough.
You're after informed consent.
Yeah. So basically, they were telling us that, you know, it's safe, and I was like, well, I just want to know what you're basing that on, and I'd like to be aware of what information you have to be able to make that decision. And I said, we've got concerns about taking it, so I'd just like you to alleviate our concerns. And pretty much the reply that I got back was, you don't need to worry about it. It's not going to be mandatory. So that was the reply we got.
Yeah. And then it became mandatory. And did you resign, or did they sack you?
So I was stood down because I was involved at the time that I was dealing with a wonderful lawyer, a personal injury lawyer called Dean Spanner. He helped me, assisted me with writing my open letter, and he was supporting me through the process. And he actually represented a number of paramedics in just trying to communicate and get some discussions going with QAS, all of which were unsuccessful because they weren't willing to communicate with us. But yeah, so he helped me write my open letter, and then he was also able to get us in touch with Clive Palmer, who ended up funding a Supreme Court case. So there was about 13 plaintiffs who put their name to the Supreme Court case, and yeah, so when that, I can't remember now the chronology of it exactly, but I pretty much was stood down.
What was that like, to be stood down after you've worked really hard? You're good at your job. I mean, you have ongoing training, correct?
Yes.
So that's our taxpayers' money training you so that you're there when we need you. And suddenly, because you won't jump through this hoop, they just discard you.
Yeah, and it was it was hard. Like, it was a hard thing to, like, I felt that I was just standing up for my own right to refuse treatment, which is a right we give to our patients every single day. Like, I need to get consent off every patient that I do a blood pressure on, and now all I was looking for was information to give, to be able to give informed consent, and I wasn't getting it. So to be stood down because of that was a real kick in the guts, and it was a hard thing to kind of, you just, all of a sudden you just feel like you're just this lower class citizen, and they don't care about it, and they do feel like it just discard you. I got a call from the head of clinical management in the QAS, who called me up just to make sure that I understood that I was not allowed to enter any QAS or Q Health property, because I'd been stood down because I wasn't vaccinated. Yeah. So that was pretty, and the hard thing is, like, all of these people, like, you work with them, like, I had a lot of respect for that man. I learned a lot. His clinical knowledge is absolutely astronomical, and I look up to these people, but then to be treated by someone that you look up to so much like that and go, oh, well, sorry, because you're standing up for yourself, so we're just going to dismiss you and discard you, it's a hard pill to swallow, that one.
Yeah. The state is desperate for ambos. We're hearing that. Yep. Would you go back? And under what circumstances would you be willing to go back?
I would love to go back. I'd love to have my job back. I've always intended to be a paramedic for my entire life, and I am, and I will be. But I have, because I was a plaintiff on the Supreme Court case, I was protected by an injunction. So they have actually offered me my job back. But I'm still in discussions with QAS, because I said I'd love to come back, but I just want some assurances that you're not going to do the same thing, that you're not going to, it's been proven that you've infringed on my human rights. I just want some assurances from you that you're not going to do the same thing again, because when the next vaccine comes out that they want me to take, and I don't feel it's going to be of benefit to me, or it's going to harm me, then what's to stop all this happening again? So I just wanted them to take some, just acknowledge what they've done and give me some assurances that if I return to the workplace, that I've got a safe workplace. And they're not willing to provide those assurances at this point. So we're at a bit of a stalemate. So as much as I'd love my job back, I'm not going to put myself at risk.
That's an incredible statement. As a paramedic, I'm not putting myself in risk from the government.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Yeah. So
all right, we'll move on to the next thing. Thank you for coming on. That was great.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Okay, I'll keep going. I'll see if we've got some coming in on. Is that someone here? Someone's come on, but they need to add their microphone. You can just say yes to the microphone and camera. We might have to go with you, Nige.
I've got other ones ready.
Oh, yep. Anyone coming in? We'll just wait. Phoebe, maybe. So we're going to go to Phoebe. Before we go, Phoebe, I'm going to play this. Watch this. This is great.
His return of Ambulance Australia brought an incredibly powerful moment where a quick-thinking paramedic revived Queensland man Kevin Hill, who'd been dead for 40 minutes. For the first time tonight, the Sunday Project reunites Kevin with the amazing Ambos who saved his life. And just a warning, some of this vision could be distressing for young viewers.
Yep, start CPR.
This is Channel 7, I think, or Channel 10, or celebrating
consciousness
paramedics.
Of this VT. So last shot was 30 seconds. We're going to analyse at 2. You're okay. All right, guys, hands off. Everyone.
Dan, hands off. Right.
All clear. Okay.
And I think this man had been dead or
Rate of
unresponsive
20.
for 40 minutes.
I can feel a weak carotid pulse. He's alive.
Now, more than 3 months on, Kevin has made a remarkable recovery and he's ready to meet Sophie and the incredible team who saved his life. Well, Sophie, Kevin is really keen to meet you. Yeah. So let's not wait any longer. Kevin, do you want to come in? Kevin, you can now officially meet Sophie.
See you again, buddy.
Thank you very much.
It's no problem
From the
at all.
bottom of my heart.
Just
You're welcome.
doing our job, but it's so lovely to see you here and doing so well. So that's what it's all about.
So, Sophie, how many people that you've treated?
Okay, we're just going to move this.
By Sophie's calculations.
Yeah.
Is there anything on the other side?
No, I didn't see.
Oh, you didn't see anything. Okay. Well,
You've got a bit of an angel in your mum, but I think you've got a second angel sitting right next to you.
It's so lovely to be able.
You must be in it.
come on.
Thank you both.
I mean, I cried reading the headline. I don't know how you did that interview.
I find the way I feel watching that footage back.
I enjoy watching the medical.
We're just looking for the interviews with.
Three broken ribs and a cracked sternum throughout the 40-minute ordeal. But
Anyway, we thought there was an interview there, but one of these paramedics that they're celebrating is here, and she's lost her job because she wouldn't comply. This is Phoebe, right?
Yeah.
Now, Phoebe, just for making time, why did you decide to become a paramedic?
I always had an interest in medicine, always wanted to pursue it, but didn't want to be a doctor, didn't want to be a nurse. And that was
What was wrong with nurse and doctor?
a little bit, well, I didn't think I'd get the grades to be a doctor. And I didn't want to be a nurse because they're quite compartmentalized.
Yeah.
You're told what to do, they're not allowed to think for themselves, do things for themselves. And it wasn't really something that interested me.
Yeah.
And I had a dear friend's dad who was a paramedic, and he said, hey, it's the best job in the world, have a go. So I started looking at it. Yeah. And he's right. It is the best job in the world.
Well, a lot of people would freak out and go, I can't do that job, but you're different. What was it about the job that you liked?
Every day is different. You were always welcomed excitedly into people's homes, into their lives, into the worst day of their life. And you were able to bring a calm, bring a peace and help.
Were you aware of that you were coming into like highly tense, even tragic circumstances, and somehow you have to remain calm? Or is it just in your nature to remain calm in situations like that?
Well, I'm not sure which one that fits. My life is a little bit of chaos, but we survive it quite well. Some would say that we're thrill seekers, but I don't think we actually are. I think it's knowing that you can help is what draws you to it, because you know something bad is happening, but you know that you have the skills to actually be able to change that for them.
Yeah. Ali said this morning that she remembered the first job where, as she was going to the job, she thought, this is the test. If I freak out here, I can't do the job. If I get through it, I can. Did you have a moment like that?
I went to my first cardiac arrest on my first ever night shift. And it was one of those, gobsmacked, sink or swim. Like, this is reality. Here it is. Is this what you want to do? And it was amazing.
Why was it amazing? What do you do when you go in? Here's the kind. Was there family there freaking out?
Yeah, absolutely. Families there freaking out. You just become the calm in that situation because you have a job to do. So everything else gets put to the wayside. You focus on what you have to do. You don't get everyone back, but we did on that particular occasion, and it was incredible. It was like, wow, this is what I'm here for.
What was the family like when you got them back?
Well, hopeful. They're excited, but obviously it's still a grave situation, so that you don't want to give people false hope. But for most of the time, if you get a return of circulation on an arrest, it's high fives around, and now they have hope that they.
Can you feel it spiritually?
It's very. Look, I'm a religious person. I'm a Christian, and the longer I've been in the job, the more you go, someone else is in control of all of this. Because you go to jobs where people should be walking away and they're not, and you go to jobs where people like Kevin, he should never have gotten out of hospital, walked away unscathed.
Wow, that's amazing. There's so you're doing the job. When COVID came, were you frightened? Were you thinking, I'm out of here, I'm not going to deal with this pandemic? Or what were your thoughts?
When COVID came, I was actually pregnant.
Wow.
So I was of the opinion I would prefer to get it over and done with while I was pregnant than to face it with a newborn.
Yeah. So you were working pregnant?
Yeah. absolutely. And
in the pandemic.
Yeah. And wanted to stay on road because we can help.
So you were bringing new life into the world, and you're out there trying to save lives in a pandemic.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I was taken off road though for my own safety.
Yeah.
And I went back to CDSing. So I went back to be the clinical supervisor in Kedron, so in the call center.
What does that do? I don't understand.
So that would be the person who looks at all of the cases that are coming through, and reads through the case details and goes, that's a higher priority than what it should be. That one needs an ambulance sooner.
Yeah.
And
like triage in a way.
Yeah, but clinical oversight. So when you call the ambulance, you speak to a call taker and they categorize your call by what you answer. And then the CDS will read those case details because the person you spoke to on the phone is not clinical. So some clinical red flags will pop up that you go, actually, that person's quite sick, even though it doesn't sound like it's much.
Are you aware when you're doing that if you send the ambulance there, we might lose this person?
Yeah.
What's that like to go home knowing you've got life and death in your hands?
I don't think you really think of it that way. You sort of think of it as I have a job to do and you do your job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they brought out the COVID and then they bring out the juice that they want you to take. Why did you decide not to take it?
I actually have a medical condition. So I have a clotting disorder. So even when they first brought out the mandate for the flu shot, I was contraindicated for the flu shot. QAS could not give me the flu shot that they mandated that I must have. I actually had to go to a doctor and convince them to give it to me because I knew that I would lose my job if I didn't have it. And at that particular point, you're faced with do it or don't do it. So I did. I went and had my flu shot, which was, interesting that I'm contraindicated according to QAS's own information, but you still have to have it.
So they really brought in, we want you to comply.
Yeah, early on. And it made no sense. Like, being someone who, and paramedics are fantastic clinicians. They change with evidence-based medicine very quickly. So when you looked at the reasons why they wanted you to have the flu shot, it didn't make any sense versus, coverage for COVID. It's not going to help. And it was mandated and you go, well, that doesn't make sense.
Were you guys talking about this?
Yeah, a lot of corridor discussions. You were talking with Bernie about being ramped. So lots of people, especially around where I worked in Woodridge for, I think, nearly 10 years, knew my opinion of the vaccinations very early on. So we'd come and ask questions like, how do we not get this? I don't want to have a flu shot. I've had reactions before. What can we do? There's not anything you can do. If they've mandated it, that's it.
Did you think that they would actually, you were dismissed, I believe you told me.
Yeah.
Did you believe they would actually go that far, or did you think they were bluffing, they wouldn't go there?
No, I absolutely knew that was it.
What does that feel like? Because you've given so much. We've trained you. You've done the training. Here you are. You're saving lives. You're dedicated. You're working while you're pregnant.
Yeah.
And then they just discard you because you won't jump through a hoop.
Yeah. Soul destroying. That was my purpose. That was the job that I loved. I had missed out on so much with my own family to be at work for someone else's family. And then when it came down to the crunch, they wanted me to take something that was a risk to me because I have a clotting disorder, and wouldn't give me half a moment to explain why I wouldn't have it or take that into consideration. I got no exemption to the mandates. Everything that I submitted from hematologists to rheumatologists, too bad, so sad. Have it or don't. It's up to you. You won't have a job.
I think with paramedics, to be honest, maybe a few odd ones no, but I think the majority of you, it's a calling. You've got the character traits to suit the job, and it's a calling, like you said, best job in the world.
Yeah.
So to actually lose your calling and suddenly be out here with a new novel to write, but the novel you want to write's behind you. This must be the soul destroying stuff. This must be really hard to pick yourself up.
Yeah, it sucked to be treated as a second-class citizen.
Which you're not.
some might say.
Which you're not. You're not a second-class citizen at all.
No, but we were. You
We
know,
were treated like that.
yeah. So even for the month leading up to when the mandate was going to come into effect, because we weren't vaccinated, we had to wear a P2 mask the whole time we were on shift. So for the month leading up to the mandate being put in, everybody knew that you weren't vaccinated because you had to wear a mask. But if you were vaccinated, you didn't.
Oh, I see.
So it was a giant red flag that was strapped on your face to say to all your co-workers, not had the jab. Some might say that's a little bit mean.
Do you think, though, that say someone's at home and say their partner's dying or their kid is dying, that they're going to stand at the door and go, I want to see your vaccine papers before you come in? Or do they just want you to save their loved one's life?
Not one person ever asked. Not one. Because I think at the end of the day, if it's the worst day of your life, don't get me wrong, not every case that you go to is that.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I think it's only 90% of the workload is low acuity, but there's still people that are gracious.
What's that? That's not important. Sort of
low
not
acuity, so not immediately life threatening.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so still sick people, but it's unlikely that they're going to deteriorate and pass away in the next few hours. They're still sick and they still need to call us and they still need help. And not any of them, in my experience, in that month cared whether or not we were vaccinated.
How much training have you had? I know you were diploma, right?
Yep.
So your diploma, that's taxpayers' money paid for that. I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying you're an investment.
Yep.
How much ongoing training have you had since then?
So I was a LaRue officer, which was a local area response unit, low acuity response unit. They changed the name for it a couple of times. So that was, I think, an additional a few months worth of training at one point. I was an officer in charge, just relieving at different stations, and I was the CDS, so the clinical deployment supervisor in the call center, which was another, I think, additional week training and then on the job training.
Yeah.
So there's a fair bit of taxpayer funding in that.
That's what I'm saying. We're talking a lot of money invested into you, so you will be there when we need you.
Yeah.
And so how do we benefit by having this highly trained, passionate, dedicated paramedic sitting here, not working when they're desperate for paramedics?
It's difficult for us, especially I know a few of the other guys that went to rallies and things, knowing that your co-workers were getting flogged and we were stood down. You couldn't step foot on a Queensland Health property unless you were there as a patient. So unless I was calling an ambulance for myself, I couldn't go to an ambulance station. I couldn't go and retrieve my personal effects from station, nothing. There was questions if, as a parent, if you were calling for your child, whether or not you'd be allowed to go.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah.
So your child was in hospital, they might say you can't come in.
Yeah, because I was a paramedic who wasn't allowed on Queensland Health. Have the other parent come.
Now, most people say you talk to them, COVID, that's gone. Mandates, they're gone. That's why people can't believe that you still can't work. The mandates are still in place. It seems nonsensical, but has any of the management softened at all?
I don't believe so. I've not heard from QAS at all since I was terminated. And even through the suspension process, you didn't hear from anybody. They were instructed not to talk to you. Because that would be a breach of your privacy, I think. I mean, I work in private sector, so it's different for me now. But I think QAS has just moved on, pretend we don't exist.
Would you go back though if things changed? Say they got new management in and they said this is crazy. Is there any circumstances where you would come back? Like, do you actually want some acknowledgement that you were wronged? Because to me, you were.
Look, for me personally, it's not about that. For me. And it's very much a bittersweet thing that I have sort of turmoiled over, because going back to working for QAS would mean that I'm home with my family. So I work FIFO at the moment, which is hard.
I don't know what that is.
Fly in, fly out. So I work away 2 weeks at a time.
Oh, you're at the mines.
Yeah. So 2 weeks at home, 2 weeks.
So 2 weeks away from your kids.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm blessed that I have an amazing husband. He's super dad who covers as super mum when I'm at work.
Give him a hoy. He's probably watching.
I hope you're watching, Scotty.
Hey, Scotty.
It's worth his weight in gold.
Yeah. How did he take it, having you suddenly dismissed?
Well, it was hard for him as well. I was at home with a newborn baby. So, I mean, I'm blessed that I got stood down, which meant I got more time at home with Eddie. Still being paid, which was nice. But also it's hard, I think, for him especially to not sort of have a sense of, oh, please just let's not go through this. Just have it and not go through this. We had many conversations. I didn't want him to have the shots. And he said, well, we have a family, we have kids, we have a house. Someone needs to keep working. I was like, sell everything. We'll run. It's fine. So I cried. He went and had the shots. I cried.
That is tough.
Yeah, it sucked. Yeah, it was awful.
What a crazy, crazy time. Is there anything you'd like to say before leaving? We move on to the next.
Look, we're all still passionate. We're all still capable. It would be hard for us to go back to the organisation that has pulled the rug out from underneath us, because I don't think, even for the guys who were part of the Supreme Court stuff that have gone back to work, I don't know that they would feel entirely secure. I think that they would
That's
still.
what Bernie said.
Yeah, I think they would still feel as though they have a target on their back, and they likely do. Yeah.
So you're saying the system now is not so much interested in your passion or dedication or hard work; they're more interested in compliance.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
This is Australia.
Yeah, yeah, but it's an organisation that has an attrition rate of 3 to 5 years. Use and abuse, burn them out, ship them on.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, no problem at all. It's a joy. Okay, we're going to move on. We're supposed to have some people coming online. I'll just see if anyone's there. Looks like we got one here. This is DJ. Let me look at my things here. Darren Glenn. Is that right? Daniel Glenn? Can you hear me, Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. So just had to move.
Yeah, no worries. Where are you in that?
I'm overseas in Venice, actually, at the moment.
Thank you for coming on and making time then. All I want to know is you're a paramedic, correct?
Yeah.
Why did you decide to become a paramedic? Young, handsome guy like you could have done modeling. You could have gone into, you could have made money being a banker or something, or a lawyer. Why did you decide to spend your days driving around the suburbs saving old farts like me?
Well, I think, early on, for me, it was mainly an interest in science and medical stuff, and just liking helping people or being around people and that. And then, as I finished up school, I took a gap year and worked a couple of different jobs. But I'd applied for paramedics, nursing, and my only other preference was actually journalism initially. But that was my last preference. But I think I'd romanticized that a fair bit with traveling overseas a lot, and the journalists that have been in the job for such a long time and get to travel. But I went ahead after the gap year with paramedicine, and I had like the dream of doing paramedics for a time and then maybe doing medicine. But after doing a year or two, like that was kind of a goal or a dream. But after doing just a year and a placement, like a 6-week placement with the ambulance service, I was pretty settled, like happy to stay in paramedicine.
Why?
And
what was it about it that you enjoyed?
It's very dynamic. I mean, it's definitely not always fast moving, but a lot of the time it's not fast moving really. But I think it was there was a lot of what I found fulfillment in, of just relating to people in all different situations and stages of life and that. And most of the staff, like I really enjoyed the time with the staff, the mentors that I worked with, the qualified paramedics.
Yeah.
I'll just keep other people. And yeah, I guess I fell in love with it, of the ups and downs of it. So,
I was asking the others. I've asked the other two that've been on. When you first started, was there a moment like a job that you thought, "Oh, how am I going to cope with this job? This job is like the test job. If I can get through this, stay calm, and do my work, I can be a paramedic. If I screw up, I'm not." Was there a test job like that in your first few weeks?
yeah, actually, probably before I was qualified, even on like a placement, I think there was one where it was quite a stressful job at night with a car accident, and a lot of things went wrong. And we had the medical director there, and a few, the higher up officers and that, and a lot of things went wrong, but we pulled together, we worked together, and with fireys and police, and we got it done. We got the guy out safely.
I'm afraid we're breaking up so badly we can't hear you at the moment.
Okay,
I wonder maybe if you can pop out and come back in. That might be a good thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's unfortunately, I'll pop you out and see if he comes back in, fixes it. So who have we got next? So you said Veronica? Is Veronica here? Oh, okay, Veronica. And I think this is Johnny Lada. Well, no one likes you, Johnny. That's why you can't get your job back.
Isn't that the truth? Oh,
Sorry,
dear.
Look, it's really interesting. There's someone was going to come in, but I think they've pulled out. This has just come through. This is clinical safety notice about myocarditis from I think it's the 8th of 2021. So they knew, so why that doesn't have everyone burning the place down, I don't know. But just before we start, I'm just gonna see if anyone else wants to come on. Have a listen to this. This is our argument as to why we need more paramedics. This is Terry. You probably know Terry. And I went to her house, and she gave me the 000 number for. This is the 3rd time she'd called an ambulance when her mum was dying, Heather. And this is it. It's pretty harrowing to everyone. If you've heard it before, maybe get a cup of tea. If you hadn't heard it, this is why we need more paramedics.
Suburb of your emergency.
I rang an ambulance twice.
Right.
Mum, but she's unconscious now. She's just gone unconscious.
All right. What was your address? All right. Just getting in front of me. There's an ambulance on the way for you.
Yeah. How far? Because she's like literally out.
All right. So what was happening what was originally happening? So, Heather?
Yeah, Mum. 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 Mum.
Okay, so just confirm she's not conscious anymore?
No.
Is she breathing?
Mum. No, I need an ambulance.
They're on their way.
I need to get up.
All right.
Get her up.
On the bed. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do...
Don't worry about the bed.
Get her off the bed and put her on the floor. Have you got a defibrillator available?
Blanket. Mum.
Have you got a defib?
No.
That's it, man. Harrowing is everything. I'm just going to see. We had DJ here, Darren, but he's gone. So I'm just going to move across here now and bring in some other people, John. So we've got Jeff and Jill. Jeff and Jill went up the hill because Jeff had stolen Jill from Jack. Jack was down the bottom of the hill going, "I knew she was a bitch." There's so here we are. Now, Jeff, you were a transport. How long were you doing that?
For nearly 20 years.
20 years. So what got you into that? What made you want to do that?
Okay, my background was mainly manufacturing. And I was a first aid person all the time. So about 16 years in manufacturing. And just happened to look through the newspapers, and a job was advertised for patient transport. I thought, oh no, wouldn't mind doing that, and got some more information, and that was it.
And you enjoyed it?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
What did you enjoy?
And for patient transport, you have your regular patients, and just to be able to be there for them, and you sort of become part of the family basically, and most of my patients were well, obviously the elderly, and then mainly also alone, and just be able to be there to listen to them during the travels from A to B, hospital or whatever appointments. That was just a joy, just to be there for them. Yeah.
So you just enjoyed making a difference in people's lives?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And did receive quite a few letters from patients through management.
Wow.
That have come back and said, yeah,
He was Patient Transport Officer of the Year one year. He got an award.
2007.
He's had an article written about him in the paper.
Yeah.
He was very good at his job, passionate, loved helping people. Hard to watch it taken away from them.
If you've got any questions, John, just fire away.
Yeah. So, and yeah, there was nothing else for me. So that was sort of my retirement plan.
How did you get on with paramedics? I mean, were they like assholes to you? You like you just
somewhere. Sorry.
But because whenever I've been in hospital, which recently I was in a lot, there was a great camaraderie between all Yambos.
Oh, definitely. Like, I have to admit, at the beginning, so I started in 2002, where I started as a casual as well. So I was 2 years as a casual, where you come into a station as a patient transport officer, and then you say good morning, and there's silence, but not always. Like there's other stations where they come to you and have a chat and all that, and that sort of later on was sort of broken and more relaxed. But there was a little bit in the beginning where that little bit of a division. But hey, I guess you have that anyway, and no matter what you do.
And did you end up resigning, or did they dismiss you?
No, they dismissed me. She's my rock, and I love her.
Now, you're 20 years on the job. You're dedicated. You love it, and because you won't jump through the juice hoop, they dismiss you like you're scum, basically. How did you cope with that? And I might ask you.
You talk about it being a calling, and Jeff had that nature too. He's very calm in emergency situations, level-headed, just get in, get done what needs done. Everything else is peripheral. So he had that as well. And even though he was PTO, he chose to stay a PTO because he wanted to be present when we had our children. And he just knew that the pressures of the job as a paramedic, he felt that he couldn't do that and be the kind of dad that he wanted to be. So he chose to stay as a, but just before COVID hit and our kids were more grown up, we still have a 16-year-old, even though we're a bit older, but the other two are grown. And he felt now was the time for more. And they were going to be trialing new roles. So he was chosen as one of few to upgrade.
Were you nervous about moving up?
No, because when I explained what we were going to do, so it's basically you're in between a full paramedic crew and a single officer. I think it's called the LaRue. I'm not sure if it's still called the LaRue. So if they deemed a patient like it's serious, they obviously get a full crew paramedic. But if we as upskilled patient transport officers can transport this patient, we would then come in and take over the patient from the single officer. Yeah.
Okay.
So he was only a short way away from completing that, and then COVID hit, so he couldn't finish his final hours and whatever. And all I say that was I've never seen him broken as a man until all of this, and to watch the man you love, and all these amazing people that we've learned to feel like they're family. You hear of some who, well, on the verge of even suicide, trying to get jobs. He's 61 now. How do you start over? Used to all of our super just to survive the last few years is you would try and get another job. Still just casuals, both of us. I lost my job in education. And so at the same time, we're both dealing with both losing our income, but focused on Jeff because he was the main income earner, and just the struggle, just watching him, even some jobs where they were just for a time and he'd come home, well, that's it, they don't want me back Monday. And he said at one point he felt ashamed to come home to his family because there's another job and now he's got to look for something else. Just the devastation to them. He had awards. He gave 20 years of his life, and he went to, can I tell you the story of the day before he couldn't walk on the grounds anymore? Like, because they brought it in, right? So the day before, he got a call from one high up to tell him that you can't come on to ambulance grounds from tomorrow because of the mandates. And that morning he had to attend an accident because even though they're PTO, if they're closest, and he just always seemed to get these calls. He's had to attend some really difficult cases. And this one, seasoned officers that were there said even this was one of the worst that they'd had to deal with. Well, he was first on scene. It was a jump from a bridge and it was horrendous. And he was first respond, doing
so
what
this is just before he gets sacked.
This is the day before. So this is the end of October 21, 31st of October, 1st of November. There's like you can't walk on the grounds anymore. You can't even come and pick up anything you've left in your locker. You're just not allowed on site. So this, I can't remember his role because I took the call because Jeff got sent home early because of this accident. Then the crew got sent home because of the distress from it. So he was home at 10 o'clock. It's like, what's happened? Why are you home so early? And so he's trying to cope with what he's just witnessed and been through and seen. And they're calling him to say, you can't come on site from tomorrow. I took the call. I said, you can't speak to him, no. And how dare you ring when he's just been through what he's been through this morning?
So they called you on the day that you've just...
Yeah, and the person knew what I went through.
And he sort of backtracked.
But his priority was to tell me
yeah, you're no
that
longer
I couldn't.
welcome.
Yeah.
Did you think they'd actually go through with it and dismiss you?
Well, there was obviously that little hope, that they would some reason that change or whatever. But yeah,
you feel like you're in a nightmare.
Yeah, so never happened, and
you've been wronged.
Oh, definitely.
This is a betrayal by the state of you. You've done nothing wrong here.
Yeah.
That's why we're doing this show. I'm just gonna. Hey, Johnny.
Yes,
Is he falling asleep? Johnny, you there?
He hasn't fallen asleep.
Are you praying, Johnny?
Not yet.
You're frozen on my screen, mate. I'll just get you back, put you back in. I just want to know what you think, Johnny, because you've seen this from a point of view of New South Wales. You've heard these stories, but how does it feel 5 years on to hear this bullshit? I mean, they called him to sack him on the day that he literally being the first responder to a jumper?
Yeah, look, I don't know what you say, Michael. I mean, none of it makes any sense at all. It's completely criminal. And in Queensland, we know that this has been demonstrated to be legally wrong as well, as opposed to other states. But they knew. They knew all along. You've only got to look at that clinical safety notice that you put up about 5 minutes ago from New South Wales Ambulance. Now, that was put up and put out to all New South Wales paramedics 1 month before everyone was sacked. Now, it beggars belief, doesn't it, that you put out a safety notice to all the staff asking them to be aware of the instance of myocarditis and pericarditis after the vaccinations. Yet you then go on to sack staff for refusing the vaccine that you're putting out a notice that's causing harm. It's just completely outrageous. And we know now that the Federal Health Department has obviously come to that same conclusion, because they have changed the guidelines in the middle of the night on the 3rd of June to say that no person under the age of 18 should be vaccinated with any of these mRNA products because of the risk of harm. Now, undoubtedly, the risk of harm would be as a result of the myocarditis and the pericarditis that they're seeing in younger people that are vaccinated. I mean, that's not even to look at the other harms that are likely going to eventuate down the track from these death shots. That's what they are. This is murder.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense from any rational point of view. You know, it only makes sense that there's some other agenda at play. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. You know? It just like, I mean, I always said, I'll use the powerful word that's common sense.
Yeah.
You know, like, why would you inject yourself with something that it's still, basically was still on a trial?
Yeah.
And
they couldn't give you informed consent because they didn't know what was in it.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And Jeff had a medical condition. Also, it was the moral aspect of it too, not to force, and they couldn't prove. We kept saying, tell us, give us the safety data, show us, don't just give us words, but they couldn't. No. And so why risk your life? His condition was like one of the groups that Pfizer said that they wouldn't test on. Yes, diabetes. How do you know it's not going to do no more damage, you know, like, but they didn't care. Yeah. So we went to the industrial relations as well. We took all the steps. They didn't care. I had so many citations from all the data was coming out, and it was always the standard response from QAS. Yeah.
How have you coped since? Like, you're a mature male, you know, and a job is really important to a mature male, because if you ask someone, they always ask, what does he do? So suddenly to lose your job can be really difficult to deal with. How did you cope?
At the beginning, not very well. As my wife mentioned before, when I was working through agency, I just reskilled myself, got forklift license, so I worked in the warehouse, but was told about 4 times, we don't have much work, so I was sent back home. And driving home, and I was just too embarrassed to come home to say, oh, they've let me go again. And and it was this very small thing. I just didn't want to continue, basically.
You reached that point.
I reached that point, and I've been seeing some counseling since then, but if it wasn't for my wife, my kids, I don't think I would have been here, sitting here. Yeah.
Now, how dare they do that to people? You know,
Especially someone who hasn't done anything wrong. It's not like he's stealing patients' drugs, or he's getting a thing for like awards.
Yeah, and that's another thing that you'll get to know other officers who are well, quite rude to patients, and they're still working, and they're still in the job
because they complied.
Well, they complied, yeah.
So now, basically, they don't want dedication, they don't want passion, they don't want you turning up every day, not taking sickies. They just want you to comply.
Yeah.
They don't want good work. It's all committed.
Compliance is the number one.
He was in the hospital just the other day, taking his parents there.
Yeah, my dad was admitted to hospital, and I just dropped mum off because I had to go to work. And there was a patient transport officer there, crew there, just about to drive off, and it stopped, and I heard my name, and so I walked back and met them, and were two officers I worked with at the beginning, and we just had a quick conversation, and I said, well, how is things? They said, well, it's a chaos. I said, what do you mean it's a chaos? Says, there's no staff. They just can't get anyone.
But the nurse, you saw the nurse the other that
Oh,
day
yes,
too.
yeah. I had to go to X-ray to do some tests myself, and I recognized the lady in X-ray. I said, "You've been here for a while, haven't you?" She said, "Yeah." So I used to be a patient transport officer, picking up your patients and all that stuff. She looked at me and said, "Yeah, actually, you were one of the nice ones." It's sort of like, oh, don't say that now.
Can I ask though this, because it doesn't make sense to me. The hospital is in crisis. They need staff. They've got staff, but so the government, who are they serving? I mean, if they're not serving the people, we've got the staff. They're trained. You've been trained. Our taxpayer money. You're ready to go. John here is the same. Totally ready to go. I think in Tumut, where he's from, there's hardly an ambulance there. So good luck. You might as well call Mr. Whippy. There's a, and it's just basically insane. It doesn't make any sense from us, because basically, as far as I see it, the social contract is we pay our taxes so that you guys train paramedics, people who want to be passionate paramedics and patient transfer officers, and that when we need you, you're there. That's the social contract. Well, now that's ripped up, because all morning I've noticed in the comments people are saying, I waited 3 hours, I waited 6 hours, my dad died waiting for. So the social contract, the government has ripped up the social contract for what?
For what? That's right. And we're taxpayers too, and they have a duty, like they had a duty of care to these officers. Many of them had health concerns. There was no care on them as individuals. It was this blanket mandate. It was all about control. And the ones who were punished were the ones who thought for themselves and demanded what everyone should be demanding is transparency and proof. What is so criminal about that? We're not slaves. They like to think we are, and so they punish the good officers. They punish the ones who do their due diligence, because they do that and they respect their patients. They do the same for them. And when they want it for themselves, they're punished like criminals. He's got a record now. You can't go for a government job. It's looking at maybe
it says why
disciplinary action. Yeah.
Is it gross misconduct? That's what a lot of people have.
Oh, yes. Yeah. That's what the letter said.
Yeah. Gross misconduct, which would have meant thievery or hurting someone, and it's just not taking a chance.
No, definitely. Yeah.
And our new premier, I'm sorry, but he stood up a month ago now, because I'm waiting. I'm thinking it's been a month. He stood up in Parliament and apparently said we have to get rid of any barriers to getting them back, all of these officers or healthcare workers or whatever, back to work. There's no mandates now. He talks the talk, but Well,
We're still waiting.
We're still waiting.
What could the barriers be? COVID's gone. Everyone will say COVID's gone. The mandates are gone.
Yes.
So what could possibly be the barrier if it wasn't Big Pharma?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to say before we wrap up?
No, not really. Like, I mean, other things will come to mind later, but at the moment, it's just disappointed.
It's been 5 years nearly that you can't get back.
Yeah, and sometimes angry, but it's basically now just have to look after ourselves because, 61, so I'm not getting any younger, so.
Yeah, I'm right behind you, 59.
So
but don't give up, mate.
No.
Just I know how hard it can be. It must be, but don't, because I heard you got to relive it if you do.
No, we don't want to do that, do we?
Just get through it and go. Okay, that's done. Okay, I'll move on. Thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you.
Take care. Seriously, and you kiss that. Okay. No worries. So, okay, Johnny, there's, I see we've got another guy coming in from Zoom. I think he's in, we've got a few. So I'm going with this guy. Here he is. Okay, we've got Johnny Larder on here with you, mate. And I'll move down.
How you going?
Good, thank you.
Now I'm going to move you there, and this is our menage a trois setting. Now, we got up to the point. Why did you were dedicated, you loved the job, you were going to be a doctor, but you decided to stay a paramedic. Why did you decide not to take the jab?
Well, my story is probably different to a lot of the other paramedics on here, in that I took the first dose, and I was actually applying to go to Papua New Guinea to help with the response over there. And part of their requirement for the application to volunteer was that you'd had at least one dose, preferably two. So I'd kind of held off on one. I wasn't anti-vax as such. Like I pretty much refuse to argue with people if they're arguing about those things. I just say I'll go to the Library of Immunology in UQ or something and read up the Olympic swimming pool worth of research they've done since the 50s or the 40s. Is that too loud in the background?
I'm just going to move to, I've got two internets here. I'm just going to move to another internet. Just hold on. I'm just going to...
Sure.
Me. Hey, try again. Just you just broke up then. I'm just checked another. I'm just gone on another Wi-Fi.
Okay.
So you took one to go to Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, to apply or to kind of be eligible to volunteer for their response to COVID. And so yeah, I wasn't very suspicious of like the vaccine, and I wasn't anti-vax at all. But I didn't end up going to Papua New Guinea. Like I wasn't selected, so there must have been plenty of people who applied. And so I stayed on in Brisbane, and I was hearing a lot of things, and I like took note of, especially I think it was the chief health officer had said like it didn't make sense for under 60-year-olds or under 40-year-olds to take the AstraZeneca one, and there was a bit of a hoo-ha about that. But I'd taken the Pfizer, and I wasn't too worried. But then a paramedic student that I was working with had said, I'll try and move a little closer if the sound's bad. A paramedic student I was working with had said that their cousin had had a very serious reaction to the Pfizer, and especially to the second dose. And I'd heard a few other paramedics had reactions to their second dose more. So I started to look into it a bit more. And yeah, sure enough, like saw all the stuff about the pericarditis or myocarditis, and yeah, decided not to take it, which was fine for about 6 months. But then Queensland Health brought in the mandate, and I applied for an exemption I think in total I had initially the QAS's application for an exemption, and then a temporary medical exemption, like that my doctor issued because I'd had COVID and I had the PCR test to show that I'd actually had COVID. But yeah, QAS wouldn't accept the temporary exemption later. And then I think, I may have even had a second temporary application. But yeah, that was in brief, my journey of deciding not to take it.
So did you resign at the end, or did they dismiss you?
No, yeah, they dismissed me. And what was odd was, for me in a small group, or a couple small groups in the metro region at least, like Metro South, Metro North, we were stood down under the proviso there was no other roles or safe way for us to work. But then a couple months later, while they were still processing our exemption applications, they made us work from home for just a couple weeks, which in hindsight turned out to be when they were they'd brought in a new policy, like they changed the HR policy. And then while we had about 14 days, I think it was, to change our exemption applications to apply under the new policy, they made us work from home on like a 48-hour week or a 38-hour week, which for me at least, that was very difficult to fit in, since I was mowing lawns and things, because I didn't have my job anymore. Like I hadn't had my job for a while, so I was preparing for what to do, and then suddenly I had 5 days a week work again. But then that was cut off as quickly as it started. What in hindsight I realised, which was just after that period to respond or to change the exemption applications, and then shortly after that, we were dismissed under the new HR policy.
Wow, what's it like? What did it feel like to be dismissed? Because obviously you liked the job, you were dedicated to the job, and I'm taking for granted you were good at the job. So what's it like to be dismissed simply because you won't comply? Plus, you'd already taken one.
Yeah. They can't say I'm unvaccinated, can they? Yeah, it did feel very needless. Like it took a long time to sink in. And it was just like every couple of days I'd just kind of reflect on it and think, so there's no other way. Like we were working with full PPE, all the hospital staff were, and that was seeming to be a lot more effective than the vaccines were at preventing the spread, so to speak. But yeah, so it just kind of felt needless in a lot of ways. And as more evidence came out around the vaccines, around each of the 3 that were available in Australia, it seemed more needless and more risky to take it. And yeah, we kept asking them. Like I had a lawyer represent me, and he said, well, my client, I think it is, or whatever, is happy to take PCR testing or the rat testing to check, before shifts, after shifts, whether, they're positive, supposedly, and that. So, and they just said, no, there's no other way. You have to be fully vaccinated, even though a lot of the staff, according to the vaccine companies, were no longer, up to date with the latest vaccines anymore as time went on. But still fully vaccinated remains 2 doses. So it was, it just became very, very clear. I mean, to me, it was very clear for quite a while that it wasn't entirely, or it didn't seem to be entirely about medical, our health. So
no, just about compliance. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems that there was a prescribed. I'm like willing to. I obviously would have a bit of a chip on my shoulder, I guess, when it would come to, applying policies about vaccines to staff and to patients. But like I said earlier, I'm not anti-vax. I'm like very, or I was somewhat pro-vax. Like I've travelled a lot and lived in Papua New Guinea, so I think I'd had to have. Well, we say had to. My family had a lot of vaccines that were for diseases that we don't have or struggle with in Australia. And so I certainly wasn't anti-vax. Now, going back to work, I'd be quite interested in what the current policy is and whether, I would have to sign onto a policy that was more forceful or such about receiving a medical treatment, especially if it's one that your own doctor hasn't said that you need to receive, or hasn't recommended that you receive.
Yeah. What are you doing now? I mean, I know you're in Venice, but what are you doing now to as you go forward? Have you made different plans for the rest of your life?
I'm working as a teacher aide currently at a school in Townsville. And then I do work as a paramedic as well. I'll just have to move the time. In the mines.
In the mines, yep.
Yeah, but that's been...
Fly out.
Sorry?
Fly in, fly out.
Yeah. So I was doing that full time for a short time, but then got married. So I've been applying for local jobs, and I got a job as a teacher aide. So it's been interesting, a learning curve. So.
Congratulations. I'm going to move on to someone else. Johnny, do you have any other questions for him or anything?
Well, I was just going to say, Michael, I think the real it's interesting when you ask the question about are these guys willing to go back to work. I think one of the big issues is going to be not so much about the COVID vaccine, but I know recently my wife Caitlin applied for her job back with New South Wales Health, and it was the same job she was sacked from. They haven't filled it in the whole time, essentially, that she's been sacked. So she reapplied for it. They were prepared to give her an exemption for the COVID vaccine, but then they came at her with, you're not up to date with your MMR, you're not up to date with your chicken pox, etc., etc. And that's where I think the problems are going to eventuate, because I'm not only anti the COVID vaccine now, I'm anti all of them until they can prove they're safe.
Me too. I am an anti-vaxxer. In fact, I don't identify as a woman, so I'm an uncle vaxxer. So that's the thing. Thanks for coming on, Daniel, and I wish you the best, mate. I really wish you the best. Thanks for risking coming on to this. I really admire you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael and John.
Oh, no worries. And don't give up medicine as a goal. You're still young. You look at this, you look like a doctor. You do.
If it was by looks. I just seeing a few of the comments. I definitely appreciate the views, and I think like I've since done a lot of research and following, nearly said JFK. Was it Robert F. Kennedy? And that. So I am doing more research, definitely, on all the other vaccines.
No, take care, man. See ya. Okay, so I'm moving. Which one next, Kel? The one on the left? I can't see Matt. Which one's Matt? I can't see on my stupid screen. Is it the one underneath my name? That's what I can't. That's what I'm saying. I can't go down. Just bear with me for a sec, guys. There's something wrong with my.
It's interesting, Michael, isn't it, that all these guys are working, in alternate non-government places like mines.
Screen door. Yeah. I can see a screen door, but I can't see Matt. So I might go with Melissa. So I'll go with Melissa. See, is she coming up? Add to stage. Here she is. Hello, Melissa. How you doing?
Hello. Well, how are you?
Good. And got Johnny Larder next to you, a paramedic
Melissa.
from New South Wales, or an ex-paramedic. Yeah.
G'day.
So we're starting off where you were paramedic yourself?
Yes, I did 25 years on road.
25 years. How much did you do, Johnny?
25, yeah.
25 years. Okay, got so 50 years worth of experience here just on this screen, and all our taxpayers' money in the ongoing training, probably easy $1 million between the both of you, easy. So why did you decide, Melissa, to become a paramedic? What was the driving force? Was it just the money or the uniforms, or was there something else?
Obviously, you aren't aware of what we were paid when I started. I took a pay drop from working at Subway, Subway sandwiches, to become a student AMBO in 1996. I went from $12 an hour to $10 an hour.
Wow. Wow. $10 an hour to
I
save
was
our lives.
motivated
That's
by
what
the
we're worth.
cash.
Yeah.
I was definitely motivated by the cash.
So was it like a calling? Is it something you've always wanted to do?
No, I was doing lots of theatre, acting, and I had to earn a lot of my money through waitressing and stuff because obviously I wasn't earning much.
Yeah, I'm a playwright. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I used to have to keep looking in because I would have it subsidised by. I'd gone to uni. I did a psychology degree actually. That is what I thought I'd do, but I had changed my mind. I didn't think CBT was the career for me at that time. That was pretty much what they had on offer. But anyway, I was looking in the paper and they were advertising for, it used to be called ambulance officers then. They didn't have paramedics in Queensland. And I thought, oh, wow, that would be so rewarding. That would be a really good thing to go for. And I didn't realise how competitive it was. There were like 3,000 applicants, and for the year they took 60. So we got 60 for the year, and I was in the first 20. But I was cocky and young and thought, well, of course they're going to hire me because I had no experience that would lead me to think they wouldn't. So it was very exciting to start with. I must say it did drag me down a while after a few years, but I can honestly say it's not really the public that dragged you down. It was the upper management. But anyway, but I had a bit of a new lease. Yeah, I think most people who've been in the job any length of time would. Yeah. I had a new lease of life at the end because I was on a specialty truck as a solo officer, LaRue officer, local area assessment.
Can you explain what that is?
So basically, the public don't, because of, I guess, lack of resources out there in just healthcare in general, the public are calling ambulances for a lot of things that aren't emergencies. In fact, the bulk of our work was things that I would never call an ambulance for. It used to be quite frustrating when you had a serious case come and we're all busy with low acuity sort of things. Now, that doesn't mean that these people didn't need healthcare. They did, but not what the ambulance was trained for, and not and it's not the best use of the resources. So basically we were getting specialist staff who were trained in wound care and chronic conditions and managing people at home. So it was like a stopgap between a paramedic and a GP. We're not GPs, of course, but you could care for somebody at home, do referrals to GPs and other sort of agencies, and you could go back and follow up with your patient or do a handover for another LaRue officer too. So you're in a non-emergency vehicle. You don't have lights and sirens. That doesn't mean we didn't respond to emergencies, but ideally we shouldn't be first response. But
yeah, I get it.
That being said, I've dealt with a few serious cases while there were no other crews available, but it meant that I couldn't get there fast. I had to drive like Joe Blow in a normal sedan sort of thing, and stop at all the lights to get there. And I couldn't transport them unless they were mobile because I didn't have a stretcher. So in my last year or 18 months, I was doing a lot of extra training internally for that, and I was going to be put through a postgraduate qualification through the university, paid for by the ambulance. So, that was giving me a new focus and something, new interest to keep me stimulated. But I have a little bit of a different story. When I started, you only needed to get the hepatitis B vaccine way back when. So that was all my contract had said. And I used to be a, very keen and trusting person and get my annual flu shot until I noticed that every time I got my annual flu shot, I would have a chest infection or a pneumonia afterwards. So it was, over the years, it took me a while. I was a little bit slow on the uptake. I realised that it was making me sick. So I stopped taking it and I didn't get any more chest infections or pneumonia. And then that health directive came in Queensland and said we couldn't enter aged care without the flu shot. This was before before we got the COVID vaccine. So I'm very, what would you say, proactive in my own healthcare, and I didn't want to have the flu shot. And I wrote to everyone. I wrote to our medical director. I wrote to Jeanette Young. I wrote to politicians. I provided all the science, and you could see from every single response that no one had bothered to read they never responded to any of the science.
Yeah, I've heard this story. I can't tell you how many times. Johnny's probably heard the same. How many times I've heard people in every profession saying, look, there's the facts, and it's just ignored. They just want you to comply, Yeah.
So I dug my heels in.
Just as we move on, sorry to interrupt. Did they dismiss you or did you resign?
With the flu shot, I got taken off road for 6 weeks and went through the show cause process. But because I was our main income, I capitulated and took it. And I took 2 leave. I actually thought, if they're going to force me to take the flu shot, when this experimental vaccine comes in, they'll force me to take that whether it's safe or not. So I started looking for other positions, and I got a job in child safety, but I didn't resign from the ambulance because I thought I could come back when it was all over. I got a year's leave without pay, and then I extended that to 2 years. So I'd run out of leave without pay. And then when I had run out of that, they had it in their HR policy, and then I got terminated. But in the meantime, child safety also mandated. So I lost 2 government jobs within 6 months, and was terminated on both. I've gone from being a model employee to a pariah that can't work for government again. I haven't had full-time work since. And I was on the road all day today because I've just finally got some work as a FIFO, and I've had to drive, halfway, 5 hours to get to the airport so I can fly out tomorrow to start my new casual position.
I wish you the best. Thanks for coming on. There's that. We've got a few more lining up now. Thanks for sharing your story. It's
no problem.
Are you a good paramedic?
I hope so. I never had any clinical complaints. I've had letters of appreciation, and I've worked in some big disasters. I've actually swum into people's houses to pull them out during floods.
You've swum into people's houses to pull them out in floods, and to celebrate the government sacks you because you won't take a juice.
I've worked all over the state. I've worked rural. I've worked city. All over Queensland. I drove 8 hours to do a sporting special for the QS at Batuta, out in the middle of the country. But anyway, my family.
You don't deserve what happened to you at all.
Well, I don't think so. But I always advocated for my patients.
I'm really sorry. I hope this helps. There's a lot of people watching. I'd ask people to share it. If you're a nurse, you're a paramedic, hit the share button, share this, share this, share this, and we'll keep going. I've got another couple now that I'm going to interview. Take care, Melissa. Thank you for coming
No
on.
worries. See ya.
I admire your guts. Okay. John, I might just put you in the background just for now, mate, just while I interview this couple. Let's get it up here. Here I am. Coming around now because we've got the two of you. I don't need my ugly mic. Okay. We have, let me get it. We
Darren
have
and Sarah.
I was going to say that myself. So we've got Sarah.
Hi.
And Darren. Now, were you a paramedic or?
I still am.
You still are?
Yes.
Yeah. So what happened in your case?
Well, we got stood down from being a paramedic due to the mandates. My wife and I had followed the whole course right up to the pandemic starting, watching so-called health bureaucrats discussing how they were going to get everybody to take this vaccine. One of them in the audience said, "Oh, we'll have to have a pandemic." And Dr. Fauci was one of the people at that. And he said, yeah, but it can't be a bad pandemic. It can only has to be a pandemic that we can scare people into taking the vaccine.
I hate to say it, but it worked. It's been marketing genius. Yeah.
100% it worked. And
can we go back just a sec, though? What made you decide to be a paramedic, and how long were you on?
For the last 14 years, I've been a paramedic.
Oh, that's a chunk.
Yeah. I spent 10 years in the military.
Oh, yeah.
And 10 years with Australia Post, which I called Dad's Army.
Yeah.
So
I was a postie once years ago. It's crap.
Yeah. So
crap at it.
3 government jobs, really.
Yeah.
I spent some time working security in King's Cross in that area while I was in the army and when I got out of the army. And when I come up to Gympie, we moved the family up to Sunshine Coast and we're into Rockhampton, and I thought there's got to be something else I can do. Something that actually means something, you know. Do
career.
And not just a career, but something that actually felt like you were doing something.
Yeah, making a difference in people's lives.
Absolutely making a difference.
Yeah.
And I'd done some things in my life where I thought I wasn't the greatest person, and I wanted to be a better person.
Yeah, cool.
I guess that that's where it came to, you know. So I decided to join up and actually went and did my year 12 and did the whole through the whole process of applying to QAS and got the very last diploma course that went through. The course just after for Phoebe. So
and did it tick your boxes when you got in there? Was it what you were looking for?
Oh, look, yeah, in a lot of ways it was amazing. But after a little while in the job, you learn that there's some people that are in the job that aren't really in the job for the same reason as what you are. And you learn that they're not. They are some of them are quite smart clinically, but they are not the most social or compassionate. Yeah, 100% is the word. People, you know,
which you would think was the number one thing.
It is definitely a huge factor of the job. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, and being able to just not judge.
Yeah,
is huge. Unfortunately, we have a lot of people that are able to just judge straight away. Sadly, that's just the way the world is. People are people, I guess. But
asked everyone this: was there a moment when you were first training, like a job, where you thought, "Can I do this? Can I not?" Where you doubted yourself?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I had a little girl that got hit in the head with an umbrella at a pool. Came through as aspirated on pizza and hit in the head with an umbrella.
Wow.
And actually, the umbrella had flown across the ground and stabbed her straight through the brain, come out through the back of her occipital area. And she was on the ground. I was only 6 weeks in the job, seizing, urinating. Trismus, her jaw was fully closed. And I was so panicky, so shaking. I could feel my hands shaking. I'm trying to open ampules to alleviate the situation and get her. And we got her back to where we thought we had her. Like, we got oxygen back into her. She wasn't seizing anymore. Loaded her on a stretcher and took her to hospital.
You didn't know the umbrella?
Didn't know about the wire going through the brain part of it, and until we got to the hospital where they did an MRI. One of the doctors came into the write-up room and said, "We pulled the steak out of her head." And we're like, "What are you talking about, Doc?" And he said, "Come and have a look at this and come and show us." And yeah, the piece of wire had gone through the front and come out the back and then pulled straight back out.
So after that thing, though, where I know you said you were nervous and shaking, but after that, you thought I could do this job?
Yeah, 100%. I've got a large family, a lot of kids, and they put us through the test, broken arms and all the usual stuff that kids do. And so yeah, when you realise you can handle that, that's the worst thing you can go to. Yeah, I thought I can do this job for sure.
And you said you were still a paramedic, so you haven't resigned or they haven't dismissed you?
No, I'm back in work. So I actually got the call back whilst I was out at the mines, whilst being stood down. The court case had made a decision, the court case that Bernie and Phoebe and that are in, and they sent me an email saying, we need you back at work on Monday. And I said, oh, okay, well, I just started on a night shift and I'm not going to be rude and quit on them now and leave them short, so I'll finish the week and I'll be back on Wednesday. Okay, well, you'll need to apply for some annual leave. I'm like, you guys are,
wow,
you are seriously pushing the buck, Anyway, so come back, took a couple of days of annual leave, which I had, they paid me for, so I suppose that's a good thing. And
was there a period ago where you're out of work?
Yeah. When I initially got stood down, it took me a little while to find a job, but
I might move to you for this. What was it like when he was out of work and he'd let because obviously he loved doing the job, and now he's there. What was it like being at home with him without a job?
Yeah, stressful, very stressful, and not knowing how you're going to pay your next bills and keep the food on the table and all the normal life.
Sarah's mum.
My mum helped a lot. Yeah.
Okay. And were you working as well, or were you?
No, I've been a stay-at-home mum, and I also we have property and we have animals, so I'm a bit of an animal.
Oh, I love stay-at-home mums. I think that's a really good thing, believe me. Yeah.
I'm a bit of an animal person and not a human person.
Yeah.
Apart from family, but yeah, no, I wasn't working, so it was extra tough.
But in the way that he was out of work, but he wasn't out of work because he'd stolen anything or hurt anyone. He's basically out of work because he hadn't jumped through a hoop. Was this a factor, like feeling like he'd been betrayed?
Oh, for sure. For me, I felt they'd betrayed him, and
they have betrayed him.
Yeah, he does feel that. Yeah, still feels that.
Still feel that.
It's ongoing.
The thing is, no offense, you're with the army, and the army is about some core fundamental integrity, courage, mateship. So how does that factor into them dismissing you? Because it's amazing that you went back, because it must be part of you.
Back. Yeah, I had to go back. I had to let them know that they didn't just wipe me off the face of the earth like they tried to. They literally, I never got called by anybody that I've worked with. There was 33 people on our station. Not a single person called me from work to say, hey, how you going? Any of that type of stuff. The only phone call I got in the year and a half, 16 months that I stood down was from our OIC to see if I was going to take the vaccine. And
it would have been an interesting phone call.
That wasn't a very good phone call, I can assure you. But anyway, he's a very compliant man and has been in the service for a long time, and I believe is probably a compassionate, caring fella, but obviously unable to see past the controls that were put in place. We all know that these people follow directives from whoever was given the directives, which was the World Health Organization. We know that. Okay?
Yeah.
We're actually signed into the World Health Organization right now as a treaty, which I believe is the worst thing that we could possibly do. It is owned and run by Bill Gates. We know he's the primary funder of it. He's a massive pusher of vaccines. He's going to want everyone to take whatever he wants them to take. He's doing that right now.
Well, it doesn't make any sense from any other way. You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist.
No.
But why would a government go, no, we're not putting paramedics back to work. We're going to let people die at home because these paramedics won't jump through a hoop. I mean, most Australians, you would think on a level of fairness would go, bullshit, get them back to work.
Yeah.
Life is more important than a vaccine.
100%. Well, I sent our med director multiple studies, peer-reviewed science papers. Everyone was talking about follow the science, trust the science. I said, well, here we are. We've got a immunologist in Australia that had 40 years experience. He said at the start of it, do not try to vaccinate your way out of a pandemic. you'll only create variants. What do we got?
Variants.
We've got variants up the wazoo. Every week there's something in the paper goes, there's a new variant, you know. It's like, when are you people going to grow up, you know?
What's it like being back at work?
It's mayhem at the moment. It's literally mayhem. I heard someone say before about there being not much staff and that type of stuff. There isn't a lot of staff getting around, but we've also created a bit of a mayhem with the diversity laws and stuff that have come in. We've hired more females than we have males, and when you hire young females, you get a lot of pregnant ladies. We've currently on my station alone had 5 ladies off on maternity leave. There's 5 positions that can't be filled that they're currently off for 16 months on maternity leave. So we have a workforce at this moment, I think is about 60-40, 60% female, 40% male. Used to be more the other way. And believe me, it was a boys' club back in the day when I first started, 100%. Got no problem at all with having equal numbers and getting more ladies up into roles that control and manage things. That's 100% where it needs to be.
Although there is a bit of danger for the females if there's not enough males to
yeah,
protect.
like on road, yeah. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, definitely on road.
But we actually need paramedics working, not at home giving birth. No offense. We need them actually working, turning up when we need.
We've created that situation because we wanted a equal workforce. Unfortunately, that's not the way it's going to work. Okay, we all know that. You know, if you speak the truth, which is what I'm doing, you know that if you have equal number of guys and equal number of girls, all of childbearing age, we're going to have children.
Of course.
Simple. Okay?
Yeah. Or women out to have children.
Yeah. So we're going to lose people. Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming on, guys. I've got a few more people to go through. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we go? And thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it.
I love my job.
Yeah.
I love doing the job.
Why? Tell me about it.
Well, when people are in the worst possible scenarios and you can come in, sometimes I can make them laugh.
Yeah.
Sometimes they can have a little bit of a giggle. And
depending on the situation.
Depending on the situation, and you can lighten things up, and you can actually take somebody out of a situation that you know was causing them some serious harm or some serious stress and pain. That's what else could you not want to do in your life? You know, I mean, really, you know, yeah, I could go on for hours about that.
Thanks for coming on, man.
No worries.
I really appreciate it.
And thanks for what you do.
Relax. I'm going to get back to Johnny if he's still there. He hasn't taken off. And who we got next? Matt? Okay. Bring Johnny back in. Bring Matt. G'day, Matt.
Oh, hey, Michael.
Hey, thanks for coming on, man. So we've got Johnny Larder next to you, paramedic from New South Wales, in case you haven't met him.
Hey, Julie.
Now tell us, what is your story? Why you're a paramedic?
I was.
Why did you decide to become a paramedic? What drew you to that?
To be a paramedic was basically all I ever wanted to do. You know, it was me. I can't really explain why.
Were you here in Australia doing it, or did you do it in the UK as well?
No, I trained in Queensland.
You trained in Queensland, okay. And was it when you started, where did you think once you got in, yeah, this is great, I'm really enjoying it?
Yeah, I felt I'd actually got into the profession that was truly me. You know, the only thing that really ever felt like it was me. You know, everything else didn't really cut it with me, you know. So I thought I'd found my thing in life, you know, which would see me through. And yeah, I enjoyed it.
What did you enjoy, though? What actually did you enjoy? Tell us some things.
I enjoyed it. It's not so much enjoying it. I just felt a purpose in it.
That's what everybody said.
As I said before, it was me.
Was that the same for you, John?
Yeah, it wasn't my first choice, Michael. I mean, my love's aviation, to be completely honest. But you know, I managed to find a niche in air ambulance for 7 years, which was fantastic, and working with the helicopters and the planes was something that not many people get to do. So I was pretty fortunate, but it was difficult to get into. Actually, Melissa was quite right. When I applied, there was a lot of applicants. It was very, very difficult to actually get a start. It was the same in the fire brigade and even the police. They were
Did you
very
find that,
solid.
Matt? Sorry, John. Did you find that, Matt, when you applied, it was hard to get in?
Well, I went through the university system, but there was a lot of people wanting jobs and not many jobs.
Yeah, yeah. So sorry, John. So when you got in, John, were you enjoying it when you got in, or did you think, well, I know I'd still rather be flying, or once you got in, did you start enjoying it?
Oh no, I've always loved it, Michael. But you know, I suppose it was more of a career for me rather than a passion. I mean, I put everything into it, but my primary love was aviation, and you know that probably worked out well for some people because you know I was able to do a lot of very good things in air ambulance that others might not have done because of my experience in aviation. So it certainly worked out well for a lot of patients in the long term. I mean, you know, I can give you an example. You know, the Bali bombings happened, and there was so I was sitting in a control room with two other people, and we were just responsible for dispatching the helicopters. So the care flight helicopter, the Westpac helicopter, and the child flight helicopter, and all the air ambulance aircraft around the state. And the Bali bombings had happened, and we were watching the television. We had the pay TV in our base, and we were watching what was going on. And then I got a phone call. Some lady had just picked up the yellow pages and looked up New South Wales ambulance, and air ambulance was actually in the phone book. And so she rang through, and she said, I want to organise an ambulance for my son. And I said, well, look, you need to ring 000. And she said, no, look, he's in Bali. He's been injured in the bombings, and he's coming home on a Qantas flight, and I need to organise an ambulance to pick him up. Can you organise it? And I took her details, and I said, look, I'll make some arrangements for you. But I got off the phone, and I thought to myself, crikey, you know, this is going to be a real shit fight. You know, you're going to have all these people hopping on aeroplanes that have got barotrauma and head injuries, and flight attendants that'll just be going berserk with all these injuries and not knowing how to manage burns, and, you know, ears potentially ruptured, and, you know, really, really catastrophic things for people in a pressurized aircraft. So I thought they need to set up some sort of triage, and we need to organise, you know, in advance how to get these people off the plane when they get here. So I rang the medical director from Qantas and had a conversation with him, and then the security director from Qantas. And as a result of that, we ended up in a multi-telephone call with the New South Wales Air Ambulance director, who was an emergency doctor by the name of Ron Manning. And as a result of that, you know, initiative, Qantas put on a 767 that afternoon with aeromedical staff, flew them up to Bali, and basically there was an orderly system put in place to repatriate and treat these people. Now, if I hadn't have done that,
so one phone call to you,
phone call. So you know, right place, right time, right people. You know, others would have just ignored it.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man. Going back to you, Matt, I asked this question only because I'm interested as a storyteller. You've done your training, you're on the job, and then there must be one job that's like, oh my God, how am I going to cope? And if I do cope, I am a paramedic. If I don't, well, maybe I'm in the wrong. Was there one job that really challenged you, and then after it you thought, okay, I can do this?
The whole profession doesn't matter what stage of your career you're in, you're going to be thrown with challenges which make you question yourself. Okay.
Oh, really? So it's an ongoing thing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, each person's unique. Each patient is, each situation, each family member that you have to deal with. I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, there had to be an initial impact job. Mine came within 3 days or 4 days of being a paramedic. An unfortunate gentleman got hit by 2 cars in front of his 6-year-old and 10-year-old boys.
God.
And that was a, to me, it was the initial realization of what I'm getting into,
Yeah.
But
so in those situations, one, you've got to deal with the man who's been hit, but two, you also have to cope with the children.
Yeah. So it was a difficult one, and I suppose it could have been a turning point at that time. Am I, for want of a better term, cut out for this or not?
Yeah.
But going through my career, each case was unique. Each set of people were unique. That it always brought up its own challenges, and it's a constant dedication towards the profession.
Yeah. And were you constantly getting retrained like the others? Was there retraining?
Yeah. So within the QAS, you constantly get your quarterly training. Yeah. So
the only reason I bring that up is that we pay for it. So you're our investment. This is what I'm trying to get across. It's not that you're just a paramedic wants his job back. We've invested money, our taxpayers' money in you to train you up. So when
absolutely,
someone falls down,
and it's ongoing training. We'd have our quarterly training down, but you'd also be doing the training packages too. So it was constant.
Yeah.
So
it just
there's
doesn't
definitely
make
an expense.
any sense that they're struggling.
Was that sorry, Michael?
It just doesn't make any sense that they're struggling for paramedics. This is what we're hearing, and we don't have you guys work.
Yeah, I think that's been covered. It as you've said yourself, it's more about compliance. They don't really want the guys who don't comply, and which is not right. We do comply. We do toe the line, and it was just on this one occasion. I didn't want that. I didn't want that injected in me. It was I was picking up people who were clearly injured. I had a patient who was actually asking me, why don't you tell the truth? I mean, she'd been shopping at Woolworths in Gympie, and there was one of those pop-up centres, and she'd had one of the COVID-19 vaccinations and had severe chest pain, and she wasn't in a good way, and she was actually asking me, why don't you tell the truth? What this has done it to me. Why don't you just admit it? And so compliance, I didn't comply on that one, but I complied with everything else.
Arguably, though, as paramedics, you're turning up in a situation you don't know what it's going to be. Surely you need people who can think for themselves, on their feet, common sense, stay calm, assess the situation, rather than waiting there to go for someone to come along and tell you what to do. I mean, surely that's one of the attributes.
Absolutely. So I suppose you need people who can critically think.
Yeah.
That's a pretty much important part of the job. Being a paramedic, you have to be thinking outside of the box. You have to be looking, constantly reevaluating and looking at what's presenting to you. Okay, and it's not just a case of this is this and this is this and you must do this. You have to always be thinking and looking at the situation, and that's where critical thought is important.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted a job where you didn't have to think and you just did what you were told, well, you could be one of your bosses, really.
Absolutely. Yeah, look what they do.
How was it being? You're in my vintage. I don't know where you are. We don't have to say. I don't think us men need to tell our age anymore. What is it like, though, being dismissed from something you love? This is a calling, really. You've always wanted to do it, and here you are, and suddenly you've got to write a new novel, the new Matt novel. What do I do after my dreams have been crushed?
Well,
I don't do that differently, mate.
They terminated me in front of my kids on my driveway.
Fuck off.
They rolled up in a
I've gone all the way without swearing. Oh my God.
Yep. So they rolled up in an ambulance vehicle. They got out in their uniforms and handed me my termination letter as I was bringing the kids in from school. And,
that's a common thing. That's what they did with me too, Michael. Yeah, same
and
thing.
These are your brothers and sisters who you've been working with in the trenches, you know.
Well, Michael, you know what? I think this is an interesting thing to consider. You know, I was saying this to Derek Fox the other day. I'm a little bit envious of the military actually, and the camaraderie that they have, both in the military and outside of it. Because, you know, I think our colleagues have really done us a disservice. They didn't stand up. And a great deal of them are absolutely pathetic in the way that they've carried on social media in relation to our calls to not have this vaccine. In fact, some of them have been absolutely outrageous, and by APRA standards, they should have been hauled in and really read the Riot Act. But none of that went on. I mean, it beggars belief that these poor bastards were terminated in their driveway for refusing a vaccine, yet people have been ended up being terminated, years after being accused of something very, very outrageous, and it might well be stealing drugs from a patient's home or whatever the case may be, and they're put on full pay for years while they conduct these bullshit investigations internally that are just unbelievable. And then 9 times out of 10, they're put back in the workplace.
You've got 6 kids, Matt.
Between us, yeah.
Between you, the Brady Bunch.
Yeah.
So you're
pretty much without the nanny.
But without getting too sad, there's to have 6 children and lose your job as a mature male must have been really
so at the
difficult.
time I was a single parent at the time with 2 young kids, and my ex
you were
at the time,
a single parent.
I was a single parent at the time, yeah.
So they sacked you as a single parent.
Yeah, so I had 50-50 basis with the kids at the time, but the mother of my children also worked for Q Health and lost a job for not taking the vaccine.
Yeah.
So
it's madness, isn't it?
It wasn't a easy time.
Yeah, man. What did you do for work? Well, how did you survive?
It was really tough because at the time every single job was a advert was you need a vaccine. So
yeah,
I was able to get a job in a nursery.
In a nursery.
Which didn't even meet the mortgage.
Do you know, in Melbourne, we were in the big marches, and one of the only jobs nurses could get unvaccinated was on the COVID helpline. So and this is around Australia. So you called up to ask questions about. I just, that was. Remember at the time it was mental. You've got unvaccinated people. Yeah. How have you coped since? Have you managed to get more work, or are you doing the mines?
Yeah. I've managed. Look, I've done okay. Okay. Obviously the NDIS. I've found a management position within a company there. But it took a while. I thought I was going to lose my house.
I'm going to put you another question. I'm going to give you another question. How do we as a society, I've asked this of John before, I think, but how do we as a society benefit from training you to do your job? You love your job. I can tell by your personality, you probably would have been great turning up at a job. I reckon you would have calmed things down, held you down. So you're a really great paramedic. How do we benefit by having you not doing the job you're basically born to do, and that we've invested in you to do? How does that make any sense anywhere, anytime?
Well, there isn't any benefit from that. There's only detriment.
Yeah.
And it's basically we all know it's got nothing to do with what benefits the Queensland public.
Yeah.
It's they want people who will comply and do as they're told.
Yeah.
And they were intent on getting these vaccinations into people, and anybody who look,
Yeah, man, with you.
I put in my medical exemption, and I had grounds for my medical exemption, which was denied. I actually know somebody who's a fellow paramedic who had a cerebral neoplasm from a brain tumor when he was a child, and he had 3 specialist accounts of why he should be given this exemption, and he was denied and lost his job as well. So there was no way were we going to ever get a medical exemption.
No,
it just
no.
wasn't going to happen.
No.
And so back to what you're saying, how does that benefit the Queensland public? I've no idea. It doesn't benefit the public. It benefits.
It sucks, basically.
Top dogs.
Going back to our childhood. It completely.
Well, Michael, it's not only a lack of a waste of investment in the training that's already been conducted, but what you're also doing is you're taking out a line of mentoring. Because these kids that come out of uni, you put 2 of them on an ambulance and they go to a violent situation, they're not going to know what to do. It's only a wise head that teaches you that those common sense things, those little tricks that may help you to stay alive or get a better outcome for somebody. That's
okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the other thing, just prior to the whole COVID mandate, and I'd actually taken some time off after a knife was pulled on us by a mental health patient.
Oh my God!
And yeah, you have to have a bit of experience in this job. There was more to that as well. We'd asked comms, we'd radioed in, is there any flags on this place? Oh, no, there's no flags. And turned out that he'd done the same thing 2 days earlier. But that's a different story. So I'd taken a bit of time off just because as well I was dedicated to my profession and being a single father 50-50 as well. I'd been working and at the time, they were doing flexible work arrangements, and a lot of the paramedics out there were using that flexible work arrangements, not do night shifts and everything else. And I'd actually organised mine to try and benefit the QAS, even though but it burned me out as well. And basically. A lot of the people coming through, there's a lot of them out there that are not that dedicated, trust me.
But they're compliant.
They're compliant, but not dedicated.
I know, man.
Yeah.
That's the strange thing, there's so many I've met, including John, but around Australia, there's so many paramedics I've met. A lot of them won awards. A Paramedic of the Year, the wet lady in South Australia, Susan, I think her name was, gone. Paramedic of the Year 1 year, gone the next with that. What do they call it in the gross misconduct, which is just insulting. Yeah. Would you go back under certain circumstances? And what are they?
Yeah, I think that's along the lines of how I was terminated as well. It's something along the lines of my values don't match theirs. Well, good. If my values for not taking that vaccine, which was clearly not good and trampling on people's human rights.
Yeah, exactly.
My values, good.
Yeah.
I don't match yours. So
yeah. Amen, brother. Well, I admire you for standing by your integrity. It's even though we've heard a lot of shocking stories tonight, the thing that they turned up and sacked you in front of your kids, that's Anyway, what can you say? I'm going to let you go, Matt. I'm going to move on to Pete before
No
I
worries.
run out of steam. I wish you the best, brother. Wish you the best.
Yeah, thank you for hearing me.
No worries. Take care. Okay, we're going to move straight on to Pete. Oops, wrong one. Move this one. G'day, Pete. Sorry to keep you waiting, mate. There's. Can you hear us?
Hey, Michael. Yeah, mate. Can you hear
Peter.
me?
Yeah, no
Hello?
problem. We've got Johnny Larder
Michael?
on your right, and so starting thing. How long were you? Were you a
G'day, John.
paramedic, and if so, how long?
Yeah, Michael, I was a paramedic for 20 years with the QAS. And yeah, I started in 2002.
Time, brother.
Yep. So back, yeah, so I was also similar to a lot of the other people that you've interviewed tonight. I was part of the diploma, and I sort of worked on road and studied and trained on road. Yeah, all around sort of, I started off in around sort of South Brisbane area and all around the Brisbane city, and worked up on the north side of Brisbane, and all around sort of, the north side area, all the way up sort of around Bribie Island and Caboolture, out to Woodford, Kilcoy, Debra, Sanford, those sorts of areas. But yeah, I actually bumped into Johnny Larder. The first time and last time that I met him was on the 15th of March, which was St. Patrick's Day, 2022. And that was the day that I decided that my time in the QAS had probably come to an end after my medical and extenuating circumstances exemption had been declined by the QAS. So yeah, I met John at a protest in Brisbane.
Can I ask you, Pete, before you'd heard
mate.
of COVID, say when you were like 15 years in, did you think I'm going to do this the rest of my life? Is that how you settled down? This is going to be, or were you getting edgy and wanting to do something else, or were you still enjoying it?
Yeah. Oh, look, I suppose we all go through times where it's quite tough on life and family life and how we sort of deal with doing it for such a long time. I suppose it takes a pretty strong person to do the job for such a long time in any profession, really. And that goes to obviously emergency service workers, police, fire, anyone that deals with, stressful and dangerous situations. So I suppose it's a difficult thing to say, yeah, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. I started at a time where I'd been in the military as well as in the army, and I did 7 years in the army, and my passion for I was an infantry soldier, and I basically deployed overseas to East Timor, and then I came back and I pretty much was in the crossroads of sort of, am I going to do this for the rest of my life? Had a couple of injuries where my career as a soldier was sort of like, well, do I want to be doing the hard slogging grunt, or do I want to and I considered becoming a paramedic when I was going to go into the medical side of things in the army. So I decided to give it a go and applied as a student paramedic, and luckily got in first go. So
I was going to say, we've heard that it was really hard to get in. So obviously you had what it took to get in. So did Johnny, so did everyone here. So you had a huge competition and you got in. So Queensland was actually saying, yeah, this guy's going to be good.
Well, I suppose I got lucky, and back I suppose in 2002 there was a very strong recruitment drive to get people who were ex-military. They were like in both or the police and I suppose I suppose I decided to. I mean, I did a bit of medical stuff in the army as a patrol medic in sort of my reconnaissance patrol. So I sort of had a bit of a bug to get into the medical side of things, and I don't know what, I just thought, let's just do this, and put my mind to it, set myself in, and met some amazing people, along the way doing my education, and then just enjoyed the high pace when you're a young, I was 24, and just enjoying how I could just help people, but also be in a compassionate and caring sort of role. Come back from East Timor and seeing a bit of fairly awful stuff, I thought, well, I can handle this. Yeah.
Can I ask, where do you resign, or did they dismiss you?
Yep. Well, I was pretty much, so I resigned. I was pretty much forced into resigning, in the fact that, so on the day that I actually met Johnny Lata and I attended the protest, I got on the Channel 7 News in my QAS uniform, and there are a number of paramedics at that protest who were working on the QAS bicycle. They have a bicycle response team that rides around in Brisbane City, and also some other paramedics, and also the media unit. Someone on the news must have seen me, and so they identified me, and I didn't cover my face. So I was on the Channel 7 News while Joel Dry was one of the Channel 7 news reporters, was doing his work, and I got on the news, and so they then suspended me while I was stood down for attending the protest wearing my QAS uniform. So yeah, it was St. Patrick's Day. I decided to dress up in green, which was the QAS teal green. I've waved goodbye on Channel 7 to the QAS. No, it was against the. Yeah, no, look, I had enough of the whole process of being stood down for 6 months. I found alternative work as a local laws ranger with a local council. And so, yeah, I'd found an alternative sort of job that would tie me over to sort of help me, move on. And, I sort of felt, well, yeah, this is how people are going to be treated when, if you apply for a medical. And I thought that they would just give people a medical exemption straight up. Like, I just thought, you just apply for a medical exemption, or, and then it just escalated to the point where we just stood down. And obviously the funniest thing was being mandated on September 11 of all days. Like, I just felt that was a massive kick in the guts as an ex-army person, just to see, that we were mandated, and QPS, the Queensland Police as well, were mandated on September 11. So yeah, we were stood down and then waited for over 6 months. And for my I put a medical exemption in because I'd had myopericarditis when I was actually in 2014 as a paramedic. Wow. I suffered from myopericarditis. I've also had a Ross River virus and glandular fever. So I put to them, if this kills me or injures me, are you liable for a workplace health and safety death or injury? And they said, well, no, that's your decision. And I said, well, this is your, I'm happy to take this vaccine at work wearing my uniform. And that's the other thing, as a workplace health and safety representative of my ambulance station, I saw paramedics during the course of their duties going to work and going and getting vaccinated, and then driving an ambulance, lights and sirens, directly afterwards. And so 15 minutes later, I'm sort of saying to my officer in charge, as a workplace health and safety representative, I don't think this is a safe practice, for people to be taking a medication that they've never had in their body before, and then driving an ambulance, in terms of workplace health and safety, how does that stand? And obviously on the Pfizer Comirnaty vaccine, on the product information sheet, it says, please understand how this vaccine, works in your body before you drive a motor vehicle. It's it's got that on the product warning information. So, that's when things like that, when I started to question these sorts of things, and I had other colleagues who had their COVID vaccines, and they were telling me that they were unwell after them, and talking to people in the small community that I live, and then having patients that I would go to immediately after having their vaccines, that seeing their side effects straight up, and then family members starting to, well, my mum has had all three, having 4 Pfizer vaccines, and I've got countless stories of vaccine injured people that I've met, either through Jab Injuries Australia. I've done a lot of work to try and help Jab Injuries Australia as well, and so I've experienced a fair bit to sort of question all this side of
they're the forgotten people now,
as to why I would be terminated. Oh, 100%. That for me is the thing. Really, it's the people who I'm quite happy with my decision. I would never ever be upset with my decision. People obviously made decisions to do what they had to do, and that's the thing, is the people that have been harmed out of all of this is what really has made me the person that I've been, that I've become now, really, in terms of what they've dealt with.
Can I interrupt for a sec? I'm meeting jab injured people now who don't want to speak because they don't want to be seen as an anti-vaxxer, even though they're severely injured by the vaccine.
Well, that's it. I suppose. I know. And not like I was very close to going and getting vaccinated as well, Michael. Like, I mean, probably a lot of people were, and as I heard you earlier talk about to Bernie about, was he scared and was he worried about COVID? Well, I was of the opinion, like, we need to shut this place down, and Australia's the easiest place to shut down. And my opinions on that have completely flipped now, because when you look at what we've done, as a consequence of the whole lockdowns and the whole shutdown, it was that the right thing to do? Absolutely not. Unfortunately, you see the financial and the inflation that people are dealing with, the consequence of the cost of living now. The money that the government has spent, unfortunately, on vaccines, on JobKeeper, job seeker. Obviously, they try to stimulate the economy, but you shut down the whole globe, and then we're going to go into a massive depression, and then
I think we're well on our way there, to be honest.
The next step after the depression, well, history seems to repeat, but we then go towards a war, and that's the scary thing.
Yeah, it is. I might let you go because we've got 2 more people to go, and then I'm going to call it quit. I don't want to fade on you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on,
that's
Pete.
all right. I can talk all night to you, mate. Yeah,
mate.
it's
Honestly,
good to talk to you, Steve,
maybe it'd be a thing to actually set up another interview where there's just the 2 of us, and then we can chat further. You know what I mean? Rather than cycle through. There's actually a few of the people here today that would be good. Yeah. Anyway, take care, brother. I hope.
Thanks.
No worries. No worries. I wish I had something better to offer. But
doing, guys, it's really good.
Okay.
And
take care, man. Okay, we're going to move to another Pete. Are you okay to stick around, John?
Yes, you're right, mate. You're right.
We've got another Pete. G'day, Pete.
How you going, fellas?
Okay, we'll cycle through the same things. Are you a paramedic as well, or are you patient?
I'm now a ex-paramedic.
Yeah, paramedic. Yeah.
I was went to I was going to register this year as with ARPRA as you normally do, but as a non-practicing paramedic. But for 3 months up to and including and past, it said I was under investigation, and I was unable to process the registration. And then about 3 months afterwards, I got notified by ARPRA saying that there'd been a glitch in the system, and that the process had failed, so that I was welcome to reapply. I took that as a sign that my career was over, and I made peace with it, and happily no longer a paramedic.
So you say happily, but how long were you a paramedic?
20 years, a bit over 20 years.
Now, 20 years, if you're doing it for 20 years, I really believe paramedic is different from other jobs. It's different from working in a factory. There's not everybody can do it, and it's kind of more of a calling. Was that what it was like for you, or it's just that you happen to be able to do it?
Oh, it was sort of more of a calling because I worked overseas in the Pacific Islands for a little while, and
cool.
We dealt with a lot of machete wounds and kids standing on old war Coca-Cola bottles and cutting their feet open, and medications, Western medications over there were very expensive to buy. So I was able to utilise good old charcoal, coconut charcoal, ground down, and for dysentery. And for the lads that came up with machete injuries after cleaning them out with a bit of Dettol, patch them up with a bit of elastoplaster and like stitching, and so that sort of gave me a bit of an interest into never really ever queasy about blood and the like. So it was sort of led from there. And then when I came back to Australia, I was able to get a job in emergency department at one of the big hospitals, and then I was in there at the right time when QAS was recruiting, and was able to
machete
join.
skills would be you could do well in Victoria now. They need some machete training paramedics down there, even though they're banning them. But
we'll just ban the knife. Don't worry about who's carrying them, because knives by themselves are really dangerous, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true. That's true. There's so I was going to say I want to ask you this question because it's clear you've just got a knack for it, but a machete wound must be a hell of a thing to see. You know, it's not like a little stab wound. I mean, surely it's a big slice.
Well, it's open, like depending on what part of the body's been slashed with it. Sometimes it's down to when the head wounds were they're down to the bone, and most of them were scared for whatever reasons to go to the main hospital, and so it was basically get out a bit of warm water and pour some Dettol in it and give it a good scrub, and then tape it up with like steri strips. You know, it got steri strips.
Yeah,
Bits of the elastoplaster that football players, the brown colour stuff, and simply cut it into narrow strips and make them like stitches.
Yeah.
And pull the wound together. And I was quite impressed with the handiwork when they came back in a couple of weeks' time to see it was just a fine little line. So,
can I ask though, when you were in Australia, was there anything like one event that made you go, "I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. This is where I'm meant to be. I've saved this person's life, or this is it. I'm on the right path."
I wouldn't say there was any one event that sort of jumped out like that. But there were a few occasions where you were in the right place at the right time, and you were able to get people back. I do remember attending a welfare check, and we could see the person had gone down inside, and it was attempted suicide.
Okay.
And so we forced entry, and we got that person to hospital, and they made it. And I did a follow-up and chatted to them and asked them, why? Because up until that point in time in my career, I thought suicide was a coward's act.
Yeah.
After chatting to this person, I had to do a real rethink of my perception of suicide, and they said they would be always thankful for the fact that we had saved them. But from their point of view, if they weren't in the equation, everybody else's lives would be better. So it wasn't an act of bastardry, it was an act of selflessness, because in their warped reality, by them being magically taken out of the equation, everybody's lives were going to be better. So for me,
So they
that
were
was
just
a real,
causing trouble with everyone, really.
yeah,
You know?
it was a real
Yeah.
turnaround for me. And I realised that a lot of the suicides that we go to aren't a selfish act,
Yeah.
but actually a selfless act because they're skewed reality.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to say this before. It's clear that you're great at the job. So we lose. As a country, we lose. We've got a paramedic with this much experience, thinks on his feet. This is the same to everybody else. But we lose out. And this is it's bullshit that you guys, all these guys we've had on today, I mean, some are working, but it's bullshit that they're not out there in the field saving our lives. I mean, it's ridiculous. It doesn't
Well,
make any sense from a human point of view. The only thing it makes sense from is that further up, your bosses or your boss's bosses or someone higher just wants people to comply. You know.
Well, the matter is, the fact of the matter is, the ones at the top don't care. We
No, they
are
don't.
we are nothing more than cattle and
Yeah.
chattels to be traded to and fro. And
Yeah.
the whole lockdown showed to us beyond a shadow of a doubt had nothing to do with taking care of sick people, had nothing to do with getting people to the necessary facilities on time and safely. It was about locking down for the people, and the people who were above that, like we could move football players from A to B, and their entourages for a footy match, but a mother on the New South Wales Queensland border couldn't go into Coolangatta to the hospital, and then had to fly to Sydney, and one of her boys died. I mean, and that was repeated over and over and over again. So it had nothing to do with keeping people safe, and
No.
that was glaringly obvious when, at the stroke of the pen by Jeanette Young, Dr. so-called Jeanette Young, now Governor, when we as paramedics working on road in the midst of COVID were signed off to parasites from
Yeah.
heroes to zero at the signing of a pen, where we were then referred to as granny killers, selfish, simply because we decided that we're going to maintain sovereignty of our own bodies. I just
Yeah,
find that incredulous.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually thinking today, because I interviewed a young enrolled nurse the other day. She was looking to become a registered nurse, but she'd been at the job for 6 years, loved the job, and she said just before they sacked her, they gave her a COVID hero badge for working through the pandemic. So they give her the badge, and then a little while later they sack her.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't understand how they look themselves in the mirror and go, hey, look what we just did. You know, none of these stories make any sense from, like I say, a human perspective. It's just, you guys remind me when I was on this cattle station with this Luke guy, we went cattle mustering, and he was unvaccinated cattle musterer, and they were rounding up scrub bulls, because on these huge properties, they have these bulls who are born and they can think for themselves. They don't know man exists. They're big, they're beautiful, they walk around, and all they want to do is make other cows and basically be the king. And then these men turn up in these four-wheel drive buggies and basically run them over, bind them, leave them on the ground for the abattoir truck, because the station owner doesn't want these bulls with their balls full of freedom, producing cows with spirit. So they buy these big Brahma bulls that look beautiful but are soft cocks, and they breed their herd with them, so that the cows just walk into the yards. I saw them doing it. The cows just walked into the yards, into the truck, off to hamburgers. And this bull that we ran over, it was so powerful. It was so beautiful, really. And I've written about it. We left it there. This is what they do. Left it there overnight, tied up underneath the stars. But every single one of you that's come on tonight reminds me of a scrub bull, someone who can think for themselves, wants to take care of their own destiny, and which is a human right, we thought, in this country, but not anymore. Now it's comply. It's disgusting.
Well, it is, and the fact that I thought with the changing of government, that the first thing that the new premier would have done would have gone, right, We have a crisis in health and we have a crisis in emergency with ramping and paramedics and police. Let's invite them all back. Apologise unequivocally. This is the previous government. That's their responsibility that they did this. You can come back. We'll reinstate you. And if you want your job back, because I'm sure there's plenty that go, get stuffed, and put that dirty thing behind us. But they haven't. They still have the same rhetoric. Oh, you're invited to reapply. Okay, but then you sacked us illegally. Why aren't you just reinstating us because you're in the wrong? But it just goes to show what old mate from One Nation said. What's his name?
Malcolm Roberts.
Malcolm Roberts. Two cheeks, one ass. And it's just so glaringly obvious. They're all dancing to the same drum of the globalists. And we the people are just playing games. Which side of the aisle we want to vote for, getting the same result. Just with a slightly different shade or a slightly different flavour.
It's the only thing that makes sense, because it's clear they don't care for us. If they cared for us, you guys would be all working. Simple as that. So the fact that we've got people out there who are waiting, I think Glenn and Nigel told me he's heard of people waiting for just hours and hours and hours for an ambulance. That means they don't care, because this is what we pay our taxes for. We pay taxes, social contract. We get sick, an ambulance is here, and the guys or the girls are basically trained well to look after us because we paid for that training. This is our investment. This is what we do with our taxpayers' money. The same with the fireys, same with the police. And instead, like this call, I won't play it again, the call that Terry did, the third call, where her mum's dying on the kitchen floor, and the O guy, and I actually no animosity towards him, he's going, do you have a defib? And I think he's only saying that because obviously he's so desperate to do something and can't do anything. You know what I mean? It's
absolutely.
Tragic.
I really feel for comms operators. I really do. I know a few of them, very few of them personally, but know a lot of them over their voices by the radio. And being able, trying to run an emergency service, looking at a screen for 12 hours and knowing you haven't got the resources, and you have to choose by going through your protocols there, your AMPDS codes, to dispatch ambulances to different locations. And you're getting these calls. The call takers are taking, like you're saying, oh, mate, third call, mum's on the floor. The amount of stress they go through, I feel for them.
Absolutely.
But the call takers that were shown the door. And that's not just in isolation. You've got the paramedics that were shown the door. You've got the police that were shown the door. You've got thousands of nurses that were shown the door. And it's like these combined, there's hundreds of thousands of man hours of experience just kicked to the curb.
Yeah, there's also, let's be honest, there's phlebotomists, there's wardies. The other day I interviewed someone who'd worked in the kitchen for 25 years, on a major Adelaide hospital. He loved the job and completely just gone. Basically, they just went through and they didn't care how good you were, how much dedicated you were. If you don't jump through the hoop, you're gone. It's insane.
And there was no exemptions. This is what got me.
No.
And for me, one of the most disappointing things of the whole exercise was Dr. Rashford, who was the medical director for QAS. He's somebody I'd respected my whole career. He's somebody who took the QAS from being a punitive organisation to an education-based one with the latest science, and was very supportive of on-road paramedics. You often bump into him when I was working Metro at a job in the middle of the night. Somebody I really respected. And then he came out with his directive. There was 2 exemptions. One, anaphylaxis to any of the known COVID jabs, or anaphylaxis to any of the ingredients to the same jabs. Now, the fact that most of these jabs were also commercial in confidence, where you didn't know what the ingredients were. So he was basically saying, you have to be electrocuted first before we'll turn the power off. Because anybody in the medical field knows that anaphylaxis is a serious medical event that gets progressively worse through every event that you have. And there were people that were told who said, we have had extreme reactions to previous vaccines, and anaphylaxis is one of the side effects. and they were told to present to an emergency department and tell them so they have a crash team on standby to get the jab. I mean, that just flies in the face of everything you were taught as a paramedic, and the coercion. The odd thing is that one of the last modules I did before I was shown the door was legal medical terms and the rights of the patients to refuse any and all interventions up to and including life-saving ones if they were compos mentis.
Yeah.
But that apparently doesn't apply to the staff of QAS.
I interviewed a nurse in Tasmania. I should repost it actually. She told her she had an exemption and they said no to it. She said, I suffer from anaphylactic. If you take this, I could die. And the doctor said, well, we'll have an anesthetist, and the guy that knocks you out. We'll have one of those there and we'll do it in hospital. So if you start to go, he'll bring you back. I've got that on tape.
And Michael, you did an interview with a nurse, Kylie, on the mid-north coast that had a similar reaction at work in the emergency department at the base hospital, and she had an anaphylaxis. Was forced to then have a second one, different jab, but they said it'll be okay. And now she's got a permanent tracheostomy.
Yeah, the rest of her life.
Rest of her life.
She's a young, beautiful woman, and she didn't want it. She said she didn't want it, and they forced her. And then when she got sick in hospital, the other nurses were snubbing her like she was making it up. And now she's got this thing in her neck, which she tries to make the best of. I really admire the courage of people who have been shat upon, and yet they're still standing up and making lives. You know what I mean?
And the crazy part about all this, I mean, when you look at it from a logical point of view, I mean, I say to people, why is it that you are allowed to have a medical exemption, whether it be anaphylaxis or whatever, and go to work? I mean, you're either a risk or you're not a risk. I was told I was too big a risk to be in the workplace, but how can you be given an exemption and still be allowed to work? Surely you've got to be taken out of the environment. I mean, if you look at it from the point of view, you're removing asbestos, and you say to the employer, I can't wear the mask to remove the asbestos, and I've got a medical exemption. They're not going to let you remove the asbestos without the mask, are they?
No. I think if we try to look for common sense in this, it just isn't there. After 5 years, they just want us to take this shite. That's it. And if you don't take the shite, you're out of society. That's what I said, Pete. I've met people who have jabbed injured by the jab really badly, and they won't talk to us because they'll say people think I'm an anti-vaxxer. They're scared of becoming leperized. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, at this
But they
stage,
shouldn't.
I
I mean, I've
don't
been a
give
leper
a
now for 5 years. It's all right out here. It's not too bad.
Well, I don't give a toss what people think now at the end of the day. I wasn't never an anti-vaxxer, as in the term anti-vaxxer leading up to it, because I had all my jabs to be a part of QAS. But then after this, it just showed me beyond a shadow of doubt, it has nothing to do with safety and efficacy. It's about getting people jabbed as much as possible. So until you can prove 100% through science and not through magic, that something's safe, you won't be sticking it in my body. So yeah, it's a big fat no to every injection now, unless it's got history of being safe. It's like, nah, you can stick your vaccines up your
ass.
The sun doesn't
it's
shine.
not Hoodie show. You're allowed to say it. No larders here, but we swear on the show. We're the boys at the back of the bus. Peter, it's been great to talk to you, mate. Maybe we'll talk again in the future. It's been great to chat to you, and I truly wish you the best. It's an insane time, but amidst the insane time, there are still really good people, and it's clear that you're one of them. So well done, man, and I wish you the best.
Thanks, guys. You guys keep up the good work.
Take care. Okay, now we're going in person to the person I spruiked this show to. So I'll go to here. Let's go to this and turn it around. And here's Nigel in his uniform.
Yeah, just a disclaimer. I've lent this uniform tonight. This is not my uniform, just because I wanted to feel like what I was when I used to work. So yeah, but hello, Johnny. Hello, Michael. Pleasure to be with you, sharing a screen with two great men. I appreciate it.
Oh, thanks. Now, so Johnny, I was at one of Tricky's do's where he's doing McBride, and Nigel and Bernie approached me, and they wanted to talk, and I said, well, look, you know, you can come on our show, you can come on your show, you can do an hour talk, but why don't we just do something different? And there's 2,500 people, more than 2,500 people watching, so it's trying to actually do something different using independent media to get this out. And so what we're trying to do, and I'm going to do this with Nigel now, is show you these are good people. These are good Australians. And they're well-trained. We've paid for that. They love, they like yourself, John, they want to do the job and they can't do the job. The government, I'd love to see the government tell me why these people aren't working, why it makes sense, because I can't see it. What about yourself, Nigel?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've listened to Johnny and Hoodie talk about this over and over, and I think if you try and make sense of it, or if you try and look at it from common sense point of view, you'll go around the bend. And I did that for the first 18 months, trying to make sense and say, have I done something wrong? Is there something that we should be looking at doing better? Are the people in power and the people in Queensland Health and Queensland Ambulance Service, are they good people that are looking out? But yeah, the more you do that, the bigger hole you dig for yourself. And I think you've got to come to the realization that you've got to get with your tribe. And the people that you've interviewed tonight are obviously only 10 or 12 of our group. And these people are amazing, and what they've stood up for and what they've sacrificed. And I know there'll be people out there that'll say, oh, well, you could have just got the jab. And I understand that. I understand.
Fuck off to those people.
I didn't say that. That was beeped out, I think. You know, so you took my train of thought, Mike.
Look, I've ruined it.
Yeah, no, you've taken Johnny out as well. But, you know, we all have to make that decision. In my family and the people that I know several people that are vaccine injured. It is just dreadful. And what's even worse is that when you say to them, I believe this is a vaccine injury, that they look at you and say, what? Like they're still looking at you like you're wearing the tinfoil hat. And you feel really sorry. These people that are in their 20s and 30s, or, you know, 40s or 50s that have got shingles. And I've got a relative that's had shingles for 18 months and the scars are so deep, and this person was really, really healthy. And another cousin who's got heart conditions. I got a sister-in-law that now has a pacemaker. Like, it just goes on and on and on. And then you get the ABC run a show about cancer and say, you know, I think it must be the red Smarties that people are eating that they're collecting cancer. I mean, the insanity of this, and then you start realizing that the people in power really don't have any idea about what's going on, or they're arrogant, they're willful blindness, or they're just so engrossed in their own self and their income that they can't have the audacity or the balls to stand up and say this is wrong.
Yeah.
And everyone in this group has certainly done that. You know?
Can you tell me the story you said about the guy who had a breakdown when he was doing the dispatch?
Yeah, well, I've got to be careful because
no.
Yeah, obviously, but you know, obviously we've got we'd have some snakes watching, or that will see this. But I have a person in a particular lesson in Queensland who I've spoken to regularly, and he was working in CDS role. So the CDS role in Queensland is when you ring up 000, and you'll get a lovely person, try and get all the information, much like the person, the response that you played a couple of times. And those poor people are in a predicament of trying to, you know, get some sort of service if they can find one out. And then it goes to the CDS, and he sits behind them, or she, depending, and their job is to prioritize who should get a unit, who should get an ambulance, and who shouldn't. And he did that job for quite some time through COVID, and he had a nervous breakdown. He just couldn't believe the amount of times that he had to tell family members things like, you know, I know your grandfather is dead on the bathroom floor and been there for 4 hours, but we can't get a unit to you till 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and things like that. And he would turn up at work, and there would be a long list of code ones, and code ones you would see ambulances responding with lights and sirens. That's generally a code one. Sometimes someone's life is in danger, or other times they're not. But we respond, and we're ready to, you know, whatever may confront us as we walk in. And he might have 15 or 20 of those, and he has 2 available resources, like 2 units with 4 ambulances, 4 paramedics. And so it's like, well, any, mini, miny, mo. And when he's about to make his decision, someone might ring up and say, my 10-year-old's choking. So all of a sudden, pediatric will go to the top, and all those people, some of those people could have, like that lady, could have been waiting for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 hours for their loved one that's had a heart attack, and they continue to wait, unfortunately.
That call that I played, John, do you know the tragic thing about that is the police turned up, and because they said, oh, this woman's just died, they investigated the family to see if the family had done something. So the family's just been trying to save their grandmother or their mother's life, and basically failed, and they're trying themselves because the ambos didn't turn up. The ambos turned up. Then the police are investigating them to see whether they killed the mother. But guess what? Once they found out it was the vaccine, Terry cannot get one coroner, one pathologist in the whole country to do a test. She's got all the samples. No one will do a test to see whether it was the vaccine that killed her. So they'll investigate the family, but they will not investigate themselves.
You see, Mike, that's a normal practice. If someone dies while we are administering help,
oh, I get that.
Yeah, we call it.
That.
But if someone dies before we arrive there, in all circumstances, the police will generally attend, and if we're still there, we'll actually tell them what we believe happened. But yeah, because it was, an unseen death and not observed by us, then the police are automatically called. That's quite normal.
It's not that the police.
Just the way they went about it.
I understand it, but they won't investigate.
No.
Once they find out the family didn't do it, why did this woman die? Why are these people dying?
Oh, that's against the narrative.
They won't investigate that, so they won't investigate themselves. It's like, oh well, she must have just dropped dead,
It's not. That's against the narrative, Michael.
Yeah.
How dare you say things like that?
Yeah.
Which is really sad, And I make an appeal to David Crisafulli, Premier David Crisafulli. We are writing to him at the moment. If he or any of his helpers are listening to this, we are writing to you, Mr. Crisafulli, to ask you, will you give us an audience? We would love to talk to you. We're not coming there screaming and yelling. I think you've seen the heartache and people put their hearts on the line tonight. These are good people. And we just want to have an audience to have a chat. Mr. Crisafulli has stood up and said amazing things like, the World Economic Forum won't tell me what to do, or the World Health Organization, and I applaud him for all that, but now is the time. Is it smoke and mirrors, or has this man actually got some substance and thinks outside his job and income? And we just want one leader in this country, just one. That's all we want. And we are struggling to find one leader. I mean, we've got this absolute imbecile that calls himself a prime minister. And I mean, what an absolute joke this guy is. And I mean that with all due respect. I mean, people in other countries must look over and say, man, that, 30 million, 25 million Australians, and that's the best they got. I mean, it is an embarrassment, And all the sheep that he has around him, all of them, and they'll have the hide to stand up and say, oh, Australia stands with the World Health Organization. I mean, nobody is standing with these people. And I think most, anyone with a brain in any country would know that, no, Aussies are, we're not hearing actual Aussies talk. And I think it's up to people like in this group and Johnny and Hoodie and people, we need to make our voices heard. And ring out there that we are not happy with this and we need to take our country back,
Thanks for being show, man.
Mate, sorry, Johnny.
What do you say, John?
Even the Israelis are getting out of the WHO now.
Oh, yeah, everyone's getting out. We're the last one in,
And how excited is our health minister? I mean, he's just so excited to think that we're going to be a part of it, and Penny Wong. I mean, I lay awake at night and just think, what am I going to do for my kids and grandkids? I mean, how are we going to change this when we have people? I mean, it's not that they're incompetent in making decisions. They have no idea how to make a decision. You wouldn't allow these people to run your kindergarten tuck shop. It would go broke. And they are actually making decisions about our country, But just one more point before we end. I just want to make a comment about a lot of people in the QAS. I mean, there was a lot of people that did not want to get this vaccine. The amount of young ladies and QAS had this big drive a couple of years before COVID, and I believe it was all planned. I think it was all DEI and all that sort of thing, and got a lot of young females. Now, a lot of these young ladies have got a heart to do it, I think there was some sort of stigma about the coolness of being a paramedic, and I definitely think it's cool. It is absolutely amazing to be of service to people. But all these young girls, and I talked to a lot of them. Some of them had little ones, some of them didn't. A lot of them were very upset. There was a lot of crying about, I don't want to get this, I'm worried. And I just said, just don't get it. And these guys said, I can't do anything else. I've trained for this. They're 23, 24 years old. And they're like, how am I going to keep the roof over their heads and feed my kids? And I feel for them, and I feel for the girls that haven't. I mean, we know the evidence now of what this vaccine's doing, Mr. Crisafulli. We know of how it attacks the ovaries and the testes. And these people, as they get to wanting to have children, they're not going to be able to have them. And then some, doctor that's on the payroll is going to tell them that it's family hereditary or some absolute garbage response when it's blind. Freddie could see it. It's right in front of you. It's that elephant in the room, as Woody and Johnny keep saying, that these poor people don't even realize they're enslaved to it. And so, but yeah, I really feel for them. Any paramedics out there that are still in the service, we don't look down on you guys. We feel for a lot of them. There was the occasional smart aleck, but most of them were quite concerned about it. And like I always say to people, I was forced and I was threatened to lose my job to get a vaccine for the worst disease we've ever seen to save my life, but I'd lose my job. But then again, I had to get tested to see if I had the deadly disease that I was going to lose my job for. I mean, it is just mind-boggling stupidity, So, but yeah,
I think it's evil, to be honest.
Oh, 100%, 100%, Michael. But Michael, you and Kelly's behind the scenes, and I just want to congratulate you two, and we really appreciate you giving us a voice. And Johnny, thank you for coming in. I know that down there it'll be nice and warm outside and nice and toasty. My wife just drove back from Bathurst, and she just complained the whole time that it was -3, and Johnny's over there going, -3, that's nothing. That's swimming weather.
That is pretty cold.
I'm going to see you on the weekend, but anything you'd like to say to round this up? It's been 4 hours now, including the first hour.
I think the key thing is if there's a next time, I think everyone just has to stand up. I mean, there was people that went around this by getting fake vaccines. They did what they could to avoid having it. They signed waivers with management to non-disclosure agreements. Doctors did this. There was people that just floated throughout the system on workers' comp. There was a number of ways of getting around it, but what really needed to happen was for everyone to stand up and say no, and that needed to be orchestrated by the unions. And I think they're the one lot, and I'm not a unionist by any stretch of the imagination, but I think they've failed us, and I think that they were the real linchpin that could have solved this, and they didn't. It was very, very poor. The unions didn't back us in. They should have, and they didn't. I mean, they'll go to war over nonsense, but they didn't go to war over this. And they should be held to account. The Health Services Union and all these other unions that were in bed with the politicians, they've got a lot to answer for in all this.
Amen to that.
Amen, John. I totally agree. I think the unions were shit.
Oh, they were paid like they're just part of the cabal. All the commissions, all the unions, a total waste of time, and it was all orchestrated that way. We can see that in hindsight now. You can just see all this sort of thing as it fell into place, which is really, really sad.
Well, I always thought that when they gave up the right to strike, remember? I thought, why would a union give up the right to strike? It'd be like Iran or Israel handing over its nuclear weapons. Can't believe I just said that. But that's the truth. You know what I mean? That's the truth. It's bullshit. Anyway, look, no offense, guys. I'm worn out. Johnny, it's great to see you. I'll see you on the weekend. We've got the big AVN get together. It's on Broadbeach. I don't know if they've announced it yet, but Johnny and I'll be there. Come down. It's a huge load of Freedom people are coming down, so it'd be good to get us all together. And we're going to go out with the Lucky Country. This has actually now been, so I wrote this, John, several years ago. I got AI to put music to it. It's actually going to be played on the radio now. Radio people love this song. So I might send it to you and John, you and Hoodie, see if you want to use it. So this is called The Lucky Country. And what I did is I got a 1960s film of Australia. And at the end, I pasted the shooting at the shrine. So you see the two cultures, and the culture that you start with, I'm telling you, those people, I don't think they could ever conceive that police officers would be shooting Australians in the back at the Shrine of Remembrance.
And great to see Dr. Paul commenting there too. Thanks.
Oh, he's in, is he?
He's in. Look, there he is.
Wait on, let's see. Paul, you absolutely won the Twitter race, mate. You absolutely killed it. So someone big shared it, so you absolutely killed it. So hats off, Paul. You're the reason we're doing well. Okay. Anything else, John, or I'm going to go?
No, mate. Just take care, everyone, and keep fighting.
Yeah, have a listen to this song,
Thank you,
though, mate.
Johnny.
You'll love it. I'll send it to you guys. You can use it if you want. The
bless
Lucky
you.
Country.
When I met Jesus Christ, he was almost 10 years old. And he was helping his mother push a trolley full of all they owned. And because they couldn't find an inn they could get in, they were heading to the city and leaving Bethlehem. Couldn't you perform a miracle? I'm out of them, he said. I tried turning nothing into warmth, but it just made my mother cry. It just made my mother cry.
How many? 2000.
Mary Magdalene has become a man, and tonight he's old, and she has been riding my tram. Now it's late and she's trying to sleep beneath the poster for a bank. Your dreams are important to us as it bathes
I think you guys, the basic thing is, if you guys came across,
come give us your natural gifts. We make wealth from toil. Come pretend for history's page that we're advancing Australia fair. Let's pretend that we're all advancing Australia fair. Back down the road I found the church we built on the black man's bones was empty, and out the front a sign read all but sold. A sign read all but sold. And we all owe so much money, but to whom we're not quite sure. So hey,